Monsieur le sénateur, cher André, je ne sais pas si André Gatolin est là, mais j'ai vu qu'il était dans le programme. Mr. Ambassadors, presidents, directors, and representatives of the different institutions which are represented to this conference. Dear colleagues, my name is Jean-François Huchet. I'm the president of Inalco, and I'm very honored for Inalco to host this conference. This is the first conference of the newly established Observatory on Multilateralism on Indo-Pacific. And I would like first, obviously, to thank the Foundation for Strategic Research. And Monsieur Tertrais is going to say a few words after me. And also the Ministry for the Armed Force, the DGRIS also, who has been coordinating this creation of this observatory. This observatory is the first in France to gather think tanks, the Fondation for la Recherche Stratégique, Montaigne Institute, also the European Council for Research, and also some academic institutions like Sciences Po and Inalco. And I'm really happy to see that these complementarities has been seen as a necessity to observe and analyze such a complex and hybrid object like the Indo-Pacific region. In this line, I think I'd like to stress also the importance also of seeing some researchers from academic institutions, from think tank, but also practitioners of strategic and international relations to work together. I think the program that you have been setting up today shows that the three types of researchers are going to work together to analyze again this extremely important region. This is also what Inalco intends to promote in its long history. We've been tightly associated with the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs since the beginning of Inalco in 1795. But more recently, we are trying to promote this way of working to analyze complex areas and also to produce some strategic expertise and exchanges with decision makers in different ministries. I'd like to say that maybe Indo-Pacific was there at Inalco for a long period of time, because I think we are probably the only institution in France who has a long history in this very big area from East Africa towards the Pacific. I just want to remember that Professor Jacqueline de la Fontinelle, who is the mother of Emmanuel Casarero, the head of the Museum of Quai Branly here in Paris, was the first in the 70s to set up a department of Pacific studies here at Inalco. And I'd like also to recall that Inalco is part of the NUMEA agreement in the 90s to promote the knowledge of all the Pacific area. I think also that when you are going to analyze the different form of multilateral cooperation which is taking place in this Indo-Pacific region, I think what you are going to show is that the United Nations and European norms are not anymore the only norms to analyze the evolution of this cooperation. And I think that what we are intending to promote here at Inalco I don't know exactly how to translate that in English, but this off-centered look, decentered look of seeing international relation, trying to understand how the world is seen from different parts of the world. I think that this contribution of Inalco can be important in the analysis that you are going to have during this conference. I am myself an economist working on China, so I know that China is going to be also an important subject in the Indo-Pacific. So I'm really happy to listen also to the different contribution that you are going to have today. And I don't want to take much of your time, but I just wanted to convey a very warm welcome to all the participants, and also to wish you some very fruitful discussion during the day. And I'm going to leave the floor to Bruno Tertrais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, like the Chairman, actually prepared my remarks in French, but hopefully we both have the automatic Google Translate in our heads. I was wondering in particular, so I'm Bruno Tertrais, the Deputy Director of the Foundation for Strategic Research. We were actually discussing how to best translate the word Observatoire du Multilateralisme. Because, as far as I understand it, the word observatory in English sounds a little bit like we're watching birds or looking for stars. But in fact, the Observatoire is much more than that. It's not a monitoring group, it's a cooperative network. I think it's the best way to call it in English. And we do count on this conference to bring an operational outlook, an innovative outlook on the future of cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. And to that effect, the organizers we're delighted to have a diversity of experts coming from all over the region, including voices that are not often and not enough heard on these topics, including from South Korea, of course, the United Arab Emirates, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, and of course Australia, the UK, the United States, and a wide array of and a wide diversity of profiles, including parliamentarians, diplomats, the industry, scholars, etc. I won't be too long on FRS, the Foundation for Strategic Research. Just to say that we have a long history of bilateral and multilateral dialogues and cooperation with partners, officials, and experts in the region, in particular with Australia, Korea, Japan, India. We have developed a platform of exchanges with our German partners of the Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik, and we have, of course, dedicated research programs on specific countries, including Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. So the observatory, the monitoring group, whatever we want to call it, has been launched in January for the Ministry of the Armed Forces. It's been headed by my colleague Antoine Mondaz, whom you've met, coordinated by Thibaut Fournol. It's also, of course, a joint enterprise that we pursue with the ECFR, the European Council on Foreign Relations, the Institut Montaigne, but also the series Sciences Po and, of course, Inalco. It's designed to ensure a better comprehensive mutual understanding of the Indo-Pacific, and of course also to ensure the fact that French thoughts and French ideas, plural, not necessarily French positions, French thoughts and French ideas are better understood throughout the region. Let me add just one word of regret in the name of the Foundation. I'm aware that the organizers have tried very hard to ensure a better gender parity of panels. It's an abysmal failure. But believe me, I know that they've tried really, really, really hard. I think that more than 10 women experts were contacted, that none of them was able to come. So we are aware that it's a problem. It's actually, we have at FRS, just like in many other think tanks, we have a charter that we are very happy to have, and we try really hard to have that balance. And I think this will be the only failure of this program, which otherwise is absolutely magnificent. Once again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for hosting us. Thanks to our two keynote speakers, President Randruki, of course, and General Seger, for the interest shown by the embassies in Paris. And special thanks, of course, to my colleagues at FRS, Thibault Fournol, Charline Fac, also Antoine Bondaz, of course, and also Marie Desbonnets, who've been working for 2 months for the organization of this conference. Thanks to all, and welcome again, if I may.
Monsieur le Président, distinguished panelists, distinguished guests, ladies, gentlemen, it's a real pleasure for me to open this first conference of the Observatoire, if I really listen to Mr. Tatré. We have a very nice and interesting day ahead, and I hope I won't get it too challenging since the beginning for 2 reasons: my accent and my sore throat. So, the Observatoire, which brings together some of France's best researchers on geostrategy in the Indo-Pacific, is the fruit of a long-term project by the DGRIS. So what we aim to is to contribute to research on the future of multilateralism in the Indo-Pacific in order to feed into our strategies so we can collectively strengthen multilateral institutions stemming from the region. So the Observatoire achieves this through the publication of high-quality papers, such as the one that has led to today's conference, so the one written by Professor Delphine Alès and Mr. Thibault Fournol. And we also want to build bridges between French and Indo-Pacific researchers, notably through this series of conferences that will take us from Paris to New Delhi to Tokyo and Southeast Asia. First, I would like to warmly thank the Inalco and the FRS for hosting us today and for the quality of the conference and the program. Thank you also to all the participants for agreeing to join us and providing such diverse insights. Looking at you, such a broad audience representing the diversity of stakeholders committed to the security of the Indo-Pacific, I believe we all carry the hope that we are not doomed to suffer from the degradation of the Indo-Pacific security context. France, like many of your nations, wants to fully play its role as a regional power, supporting its strategic autonomy and the one of its partners. Or maybe, I should say, as a country willing to provide initiatives and solutions, but that would just be to please Mr. Bondaz. However, the pleasure of being with you today is somewhat overshadowed by the fact that over the past year, the world has remained as unstable as ever, and our collective security systems are still under pressure. We believe that we are not condemned to accept these changes imposed upon us. We must do more to defend our sovereign and collective security and defend our interests in both an autonomous and coordinated way. France is committed to the stability of the Indo-Pacific and maintains a deconflicting posture with a view to easing tensions in the region. The war is still raging more than a year after Russia invaded Ukraine. It confirms, if need be, the return of high-intensity conflict to Europe. It also illustrates the growing hybridity of the spaces of confrontation, reinforced by the digital age. Exo-atmospheric space, information and cyber fields, aeromaritime spaces, and the seabed are all areas in which this hybridity can be deployed. But the war has also demonstrated that everybody, partners, competitors alike, the strength of a multilateral response to protect international law and territorial integrity. The architecture and legitimacy of the international order inherited from 1945, based on the United Nations Charter, are increasingly undermined and challenged. Multilateralism is the only format through which the risk of conflict can be reduced and other global security challenges addressed. Non-traditional and cross-cutting threats to the maritime areas of the Indo-Pacific, among others. Climate change, natural humanitarian disasters, terrorism, illegal trafficking, piracy, illegal fishing, deliberate pollution are all challenges that require a collective response. And so my first message would be that as an Indo-Pacific power, France is fully committed to its security and is increasing its means to achieve its ambitions. Our strategy is one of access, partnership, and balance to strengthen the regional security architecture that must be based on multilateral organizations that remain the most credible sources of legitimacy, as Professor Les and Thibault Fournol described in their research. Our action is designed to meet the critical goal to protect our communities, our territories, and our sovereign interests in the Indo-Pacific, as well as those of our partners. Indeed, we are striving through all our means to deepen our partnerships throughout the region so we can collectively find the answers to the threats that affect us jointly. We are not naive. In order to bring a positive contribution to the region's security, France is committed at the highest interoperability level with its partners, and our engagement always seeks cooperation. Our military presence in our overseas territory ensures our permanent presence in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific. In addition, we are deploying strong military capabilities from mainland France. In the first half of this year, we have deployed major capabilities in the region. The Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier group in the Indian Ocean in January, the Dixmude amphibious group involved in the Jeanne d'Arc mission, which has just conducted the Southern Cross exercise around New Caledonia. It was a disaster relief exercise involving 21 Indo-Pacific nations. Lastly, the new generation multi-mission air defense frigate Lorraine helped evacuate 400 French, European, and foreign nationals from Sudan at the start of the crisis. This multi-purpose frigate is now on patrol in the South China Sea. This year, between 25 June and August 2nd, the French Air Force will carry out a continuum of large-scale air operation from France to the Asia-Pacific region. This air deployment will be more than 18,000 kilometers from Paris. It's called Pégase 2023. The mission will make stopovers in countries in Southeast Asia, and there will be next week a press conference by the Air Force in order to present all this. So France is adopting a new strategic orientations to constantly adapt its response to changing threats. We are adapting our defense strategy in line with the French National Strategic Review that was unveiled by President Macron in November last year. We are giving ourselves the resources we need to achieve our ambitions with a sharply increased budget that is unprecedented in our military planning law. The budget of 413 billion euros will enable us to strengthen our defense and security systems in our overseas territory in order to support our partnership approach in the Indo-Pacific. A special effort has been made to support our sovereignty forces in New Caledonia and French Polynesia and to provide operational resources, aircraft, and naval vessels. The second message is that France's military assets are always deployed in partnership with other European and Indo-Pacific nations in order to respond jointly to security challenges and demonstrate our determination to assert a multilateral response. I would like to use two examples for this approach. Firstly, France's defense engagement for maritime security in Indo-Pacific, and then our action to support the Pacific families' multilateral response to its security challenges. The strength of international law depends on the willingness and ability of states to enforce it, first and foremost in the maritime zones under their jurisdiction. In this respect, the fait accompli policies, we can observe the use of maritime militias and associated hybrid actions undermine the international maritime order based on the law of the sea and must be condemned. France's commitment to maritime safety is a pillar of our partnership strategy. France promotes multilateralism and contributes to maritime safety within international and regional organizations, of which there are many in the Indo-Pacific. This is reflected in the strengthening of ties with ASEAN and its member states. France is also now a member of the ADMM Plus working group of experts on maritime security. This admission is recognition of our investment. France hope that this admission is only the first step before we become a full member of ADMM+. In the Indian Ocean, France has always been proud of this presidency of the Indian Ocean Commission and of the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium over the past 2 years. Moreover, France supports the EU commitment to contributing to security in the Pacific. The recent organization by Sweden of the second EU Indo-Pacific Ministerial Forum, launched under the French presidency in Paris, bears witness to this dynamic. We are delighted to see that the EU and the countries of the Indo-Pacific are working ever more closely together through the many projects of the European Global Gateway Initiative. That would be my third last message. Beyond that, France is also a provider of security and sovereignty for the communities of the South Pacific in a multilateral approach which aims to strengthen the Pacific family. So France is determined to pursue and strengthen its commitment to the collective security of the Pacific family, to which we are proud to belong. Our communities face existential threats from climate change, biodiversity loss, which are hitting the South Pacific real hard. We are working with determination to increase the resilience of French communities in the Pacific, as well as that of our neighbors and friends in the region, so that we can protect traditional Pacific ways of life. No one is better placed to meet these challenges than the Pacific family itself. France is taking its full share of responsibility to meet these challenges in partnership with our neighbors. On an operational level, we will always be committed to serving our neighbors during humanitarian aid and natural disaster relief, as we were last March for our neighbors in Vanuatu. We are also delighted to have welcomed 19 nations around the French forces in New Caledonia for the HADR Southern Cross exercise from 24 April to 5th May. I would like to thank our partners for their commitment in making this exercise a success in terms of interoperability. We will be continuing our action in support of regional security cooperation by hosting the South Pacific Defense Ministers Meeting, New Caledonia, in December, followed next year by the Pacific Chief of Staff Seminar in French Polynesia, where our sovereignty forces, the FAPF, are also doing a remarkable job to protect the communities of the Pacific and the resources. Again, our goal is to reinforce a multilateral response stemming the region itself. To conclude, as you can see, France's defense and security action in the Indo-Pacific always aim to bring Indo-Pacific partners together. We do so not only thanks to our values, but because we are utterly convinced that multilateral solutions are the best approach to secure the sovereign interest of our communities in mainland France as well as in our overseas territories. We can always do better, and we must all together think further about how we want to support the multilateral architecture of the region. This is where minilateral engagements, as long as they don't challenge multilateral organizations, can operationalize them in order to apply collective rules. I've deeply enjoyed reading Professor Les and Mr. Fourneau's research because it brings a clear, comprehensive overview of the challenges to the multilateral order. This paper will help France, other nations, rationalize multilateral engagements so we can demonstrate again that collective action are the most appropriate to avoid or face conflict. I'm sure that today's conference will also help us to refine our thinking by confronting perceptions, ideas stemming from the diversity of the Indo-Pacific. Therefore, it is with great pleasure that I leave the floor to Professor Han Soo-ki from South Korea to share with us his perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, General Steiger. for your generous introduction. My name is Seok Han. I'm coming from Korea. I'm currently president of INSS, which is Institute for National Security Strategy, which is a research arm of NIS, National Intelligence Service in Korea. But we are not intelligence service guys. We are kind of researchers, basically. I'm a professor of Yonsei University, and I'm still keeping my title as a professor in Yonsei University. I'm just on leave from the school temporarily. I'm just assumed this job. I started this job since February this year, so I'm quite new. So it's my great pleasure to be here, especially His Precious Institution of Inalco here. And then it's my great honor to have opportunity to deliver my own idea about multilateralism and then Indo-Pacific area today. The topic of my presentation or my speech is South Korea's efforts to promote multilateralism and Indo-Pacific strategy. Excuse me, I'm just losing my eyesight. So, the geopolitical competition in Northeast Asia in many ways resulted in historical disaster on Korean Peninsula, such as colonization, war, and national division. South Korea, as a country stuck between continental and maritime forces, has been advocating and seeking multilateral solution of the geopolitical conflict. South Korea is the first country in Northeast Asia that proposed regional security cooperation when President Roh Tae-woo suggested Northeast Asian six-country peace council back in 1988. South Korea played a pioneering role in organizing the East Asian Vision Group in the late 1990s as a platform to facilitate multilateral cooperation in this region. The function of the six-party talks in the 2000s to dismantle North Korea's nuclear program was another proactive attempt for multilateral efforts to tackle common security threat in this region. Northeast Asia Peace and Cooperation Initiative, which we called NAPC, and Northeast Asian Platform for Peace and Cooperation, NAPC, in the previous administrations were based on similar ways of approach. Nevertheless, the multilateral order did not fully develop in this region. Stagnation of multilateral cooperation in Northeast Asia can be explained by many factors. Most importantly, historical animosity between Korea, China, and Japan was not entirely removed. For example, Japanese Prime Minister's visit of Yasukuni Shrine is still incredibly controversial among Chinese and Korean public. China's Northeast project is accepted in Korea as the distorted interpretation of Korea's old kingdom, Goguryeo. Absence of common cultural heritage can also explain the underdeveloped nature of multilateral cooperation of Northeast Asia. Above all, the biggest obstacle that hinders the spread of multilateralism in this region is the nexus of politics and economy in tackling international relations. Collusion of economic interest has been becoming a major source of political conflict. In contrast, major players in this region mobilize economic means to politically coerce their counterparts' countries. The so-called weaponization of economic interdependence is pretty much worrisome in this region. That deployment in South Korea caused massive scale of economic retaliation by China. Most recently, reports are coming out of Japan that the Chinese government is pushing for an export ban on manufacturing technology to control the supply chain of rare earth magnets. In the past, we used the expression of Northeast Asia paradox to describe the multilateral interactions in this region, meaning the thriving economic interactions were not able to assure political cooperation. To make matters worse, Weaponization of economic interdependence in this region further exacerbated the existing negative perception and framework of multilateral cooperation in Northeast Asia. Against this backdrop, the South Korean government's initiative to promote multilateralism based on its Indo-Pacific strategy, which was announced in December last year, will serve to reinvigorating multilateralism in Northeast Asia. Recently, there has been a rise in the combination of challenges that threaten a free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. The stability of the regional order is being increasingly eroded by rising uncertainties in the security environment. And there is a growing concern about democratic backsliding and challenges to universal values such as freedom, rule of law, and human rights. South Korea is an open trading nation that aspires to contribute to global peace. We are committed to working with other key nations both within and beyond the region to foster a free and peaceful region. While strengthening the rule-based international order conducive to a stable and prosperous Indo-Pacific, we will work toward a multilateral order that enables a diverse set of nations to cooperate and prosper together. To promote the key vision of our Indo-Pacific strategy, freedom, peace, and prosperity, we will implement strategy based on 3 principles of cooperation. First, our inclusive Indo-Pacific strategy neither targets nor excludes any specific nation. We will work with every partner that is aligned with our vision and principles of cooperation to form Indo-Pacific multilateral order. We will remain open to nations both in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond as we work to achieve the objective of a free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific that is in our common interest. Second, our partnership will be based on strong mutual trust as they are an integral part of sustainable multilateral order in the Indo-Pacific region. By complying with universal principles and norms of international society, we will be a trusted partner for Indo-Pacific nations and the world. Third, we will seek mutually beneficial multilateral cooperation. We are well aware of the fact that the most sustainable and effective engagement in multilateralism are those that benefit all parties. We will share our experience of economic development and democratization and tap into our unique technological and cultural strength to provide peaceful benefits to our partners. We will pursue our multilateral partnership to facilitate people-to-people and cultural exchange up and down the region. The 3 principles, inclusiveness, trust, reciprocity, to prop up our net Indo-Pacific strategy lead to a range of action plans to implement the strategy for a free, peaceful, and prosperous region. The first and foremost action plan is sharing our values of freedom, rule of law, and human rights with our partners to contribute to the stability and prosperity of Indo-Pacific. South Korea aims to serve as a hub for cooperation networks in Indo-Pacific through comprehensive partnership of wide-ranging global issues with countries that share our vision and principles. We will also engage in and revitalizing issue-specific multilateral cooperation, which will provide momentum for greater multilateral coordination in the Indo-Pacific. Our close cooperation with the United States and Japan is a useful trilateral platform for cooperation to address North Korea's nuclear threats and supply chain disruptions. The platform will also deal with cybersecurity, climate change, health crisis, and other emerging regional and global issues. There is also ample potential for trilateral cooperation with the United States and Australia to tackle a range of regional challenges in supply chain, critical minerals, and emerging technologies. Also, further to the leaders' meeting of the four Asian Pacific partners, AP4, at the NATO summit last year, we will continue to bolster solidarity and partnership to reinforce the regional order based on values and norms in the Indo-Pacific. South Korea will contribute to preserving peace in the Indo-Pacific by strengthening security cooperation with the key partners in the region. Peace on the Korean Peninsula and in Northeast Asia is vital for world peace and essential for preserving and expanding freedom in Korea and across the world. Notably, the complete denuclearization of North Korea is critical for maintaining sustainable peace on the Korean Peninsula and beyond. Based on the ROK-US alliance, we'll maintain and strengthen our robust combined defense posture against North Korea's nuclear and missile threats. We will also expand ROK-US-Japan trilateral security cooperation to reinforce our capability to safeguard peace. Given the grave challenge posed by North Korea's nuclear program to the international non-proliferation regime, we must clearly demonstrate that the international community's unwavering determination to denuclearize North Korea. This requires the readiness to muster a strong and united response to North Korea's provocation in cooperation with the United States and international community. We will work more closely with our Indo-Pacific partners to ensure that UN Security Council sanctions against North Korea are fully implemented. Preventing North Korea from engaging in sanctions evasion activities in this region also requires international coordination. At the same time, we will never overlook our diplomatic endeavor to bring Pyongyang back to the table for the stable peace building in Indo-Pacific region. Addressing complex security challenges of the 21st century requires a multidimensional and holistic approach. Accordingly, South Korea will seek comprehensive regional security cooperation encompassing traditional and non-traditional threats to security. In particular, we will deepen maritime security cooperation in the region. The Indo-Pacific is a region interconnected by oceans, thus rendering it essentially that nations work closely together to protect sea lanes, counter piracy, and secure safety of navigation. In this regard, peace, stability, and freedom of navigation and overflight in South China Sea must be respected. We also reaffirmed the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait for the peace and stability of the Korean Peninsula and for the security and prosperity of Indo-Pacific. South Korea will strengthen security cooperation with the cyber, health, and other non-traditional domains. We are actively participating in the discussions at the United Nations to develop norms for a security cyberspace. We will continue to engage in bilateral cyber discussions with Indo-Pacific nations. We plan to expand cyber threat information sharing, keeping in mind the existing differences in each country's cyber capacity. In addition, given the significant number of cyber threats coming through vulnerable developing countries, we will work with them to improve their cyber security capacity. Since 2005, South Korea has cooperated with NATO on a range of issues including cyber and counterterrorism and non-proliferation as a partner across the globe. We intended to expand cooperation with NATO to effectively address transnational security challenges, including emerging technologies and climate change. In economic side of Indo-Pacific strategy, we participated in the launching of the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework for Prosperity, which is IPEF, in support of open and free trade. We will work closely with our key partners so that the framework evolves into an effective economic forum in the Indo-Pacific. We will also take a leading part in discussions on a new regional economic and trade order. It will include our efforts to promote free trade and addressing rising protectionism through the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, and through the discussions on the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP. By doing so, we will be joining the efforts to create an open and dynamic economic cooperation system in the Indo-Pacific. South Korea will contribute to the region's stability and prosperity through multilateral regional trade channels. To this end, we will work closely with ASEAN within the framework of ASEAN Plus 3 and East Asian Summit, EAS, in the areas of economy, finance, and food. In addition, as the host of APEC 2025, we will continue cooperation with the APEC toward free trade and investment, innovation and digital economy, as well as inclusive and sustainable growth. South Korea is the only country that rose up from being among the world's poorest country, receiving aid from international community, and later became an OECD donor country. Now, South Korea is ready to share our experiences and knowledge to accumulate so far and help meet the aspirations of the countries in the region to achieve national development and economic growth. As a global pivotal state, South Korea will contribute to the economic and social development of the Indo-Pacific and strengthening the foundation for realizing peace and prosperity of the region. South Korea will promote broad range of customized exchanges in the Indo-Pacific. In particular, we will make efforts to invigorate exchanges between youth, who are our future. Building mutual trust and friendship between future generations form the bedrock of healthy and mature relations among countries. Cultural exchange is the most effective and attractive way to connect a young generation. It also contributes to cultivating shared historical awareness in the Pacific region. We firmly believe that diverse cultural and people-to-people exchanges will lay the foundation for strong solidarity between the future generations of the Indo-Pacific region. In conclusion, a free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific is essential for the future of our global community. In order for the Indo-Pacific region to be free, peaceful, and continuously prosperous, cooperation between South Korea and many Indo-Pacific partners in and out of the region is more keenly needed now than ever before. When the rule-based order is strengthened and the regional order based on universal values is realized, the Indo-Pacific will become a region where diverse countries coexist and prosper in harmony. Thank you very much.
We still have like 15 to 20 minutes. So the idea was to open the floor to the Q&A. I will try to moderate them. So if you have any question, please raise your hand. Try to keep it short, more questions than comments, maybe. So either to Charles Steiger or Professor Han. Bruno said there were one mistake so far for the conference. There is a second one actually, because of course the last name is Han, not Suki. So that's the second mistake.
Thank you.
Any question from the room on how to articulate? Maybe one of my questions would be to initiate, waiting for the questions. From the Korean perspective, you came quite late, I would say, compared to India, Japan, Australia, even France, Germany, and of course the US and else. For you, what would be the key specificity of the Korean Indo-Pacific strategy compared to the numerous Indo-Pacific strategy that have been already published?
My government, they released Indo-Pacific strategy last year. And one of the key things would be we do not want to isolate any specific country out of our strategy. We did not mention which country, but I think United States would be challenged against our strategy. That is, we are not much isolate China from our strategy. So at the current momentum, I think Korea wants to increase and strengthen cooperation with the United States and Japan, but at the same time, we do not want to isolate China from this perspective. I think that is a key in our Indo-Pacific strategy. Many countries, they release Indo-Pacific strategy, their own version, but Korean version, the specific kind of characteristics would be we want to make a harmonized relationship with both the United States and China.
And I think that's one of the points in common also with the French strategy, trying to be as inclusive, non-targeting any third party or else. And I also really appreciated in the Korean strategy the huge focus on economic security. That maybe 4 or 5 years ago was not that high a priority for many other countries. But with the publication of the Korean strategy in late 2022, I mean, the focus on economic security that is now everywhere in Europe, but also outside, top priority is really well underlined. On the French side, maybe, if we go back to General Tseger, how do you see maybe the cooperation with the key partners in the region? There are many formats, bilateral military exercises, multilateral military exercises. There are initiatives, you mentioned HADR. Would you say that the French, I would say, especially from the armed forces perspective, it seems very balanced. You have these military exercises per se, but then you have all of these operations in terms of HADR, so humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, and else. Could you maybe talk a little bit more about the partnership we have with the key country in the region, and how do you articulate maybe these kind of military exercises and these de facto military operations that are focusing much more on HADR? That are one of the key specificities as well of what the French forces, be it in the south of the Indian Ocean, based in La Réunion, be it the forces in New Caledonia, or be it the forces in French Polynesia, are doing on a daily basis.
I would say the main principle is that in the formula that you know very well, that is the balanced power posture. And so the idea is that you have strategic dialogue, strategic partnership with the main actors, and you know them already, but the main principle is that you don't know exactly what is the area where you would need to do HADR. That being said, it means that you need to be able to enhance local partners' capabilities. This is what I mentioned about South Pacific region, for example, in order to support their own appropriation, I guess it's an English word, of this issue, and to have this own regional, it's what I mentioned about the Pacific family issue. And so all the, one of the main principles for France action is really to get into these regional processes, because we are part of this region, not imposing, but enhancing, facilitating regional coordination mechanism. It's more about this. There are areas, specifically South Pacific, where, but not only, because when we see what is happening now in Southeast Asia in terms of climate, but for the time being, HADR is most needed at a certain period of the year in the South Pacific, and we know this by experience. And so we know that all the states, nation states from this region of the world really need to have their own mechanism, capabilities, awareness, assessment, intervention, all those to do. So this is one of the main tenets of what we try to do, or that we promote rather, in terms of strategy for HADR.
So, and I think it's quite also something in common between Korea and France to have this idea that both our countries can be, in a way, sovereignty enablers or sovereignty enhancers to the country in the region. That you give them more options, more alternative, and you help them build their own capacities. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's one thing to have countries to come and support, but for all of these countries to have their own capabilities is, of course, one of the key. On the South Korean side, if we go back maybe on the regional scope and the top priorities of the Korean strategy toward the Indo-Pacific, where would you say are the regional focus? Is it mostly the Pacific, or do you consider that the Indian Ocean as well should be or is already one of the very top priority within the Indo-Pacific? And then I will, of course, open the floor if there are questions.
The Korean government, we want to cover Indian Ocean, but our capacity is not reaching that that level. So we, at the current snapshot situation, we are more focusing on Pacific Ocean, and then if our relationship with India a little more mature, then we will expand our capacity to the Indian Ocean. At the same time, we are more focusing on a Pacific issue, but most of Pacific issues are related to China. So one of the issue would be Taiwan contingencies, and the other one is the South China Sea issues, and we want to secure our sea lanes because 80% of our energy we import from getting through the Taiwan Strait. So we are really care about the safety and stability of Taiwan Strait. And also, we want to promote our relationship with Japan, because Japan is a very close friend of us. And then we have to promote our relationship with Japan. But so far, unfortunately, due to the historic grievances, we could not reach each other. But with the inauguration of President Yoon Suk-yeol, he just very audaciously he approached to Japan, and he just break through the relationship with Japan. And President Biden was really welcoming that one. So now we are forming the U.S.-Korea-Japan relationship or cooperation. That will be the major kind of accomplishment to approach to the multilateralism in East Asia.
And I would say that on the Korean side, the achievement of having the Korea-Pacific Leaders Summit a few weeks ago was very impressive, with leaders from New Caledonia and French Polynesia invited as well, just like in the US last year. So it has been quite impressive. I think there is a question. Yeah. Thibaut, if you have the mic. Or
Thank you so much for the presentations. My question is to the director for DG RIS on the Crimario project, on the Crimario, the EU Crimario project, which is happening, the critical maritime routes of the Indian Ocean. It was all in the Western Indian Ocean that they exercised. Now it's in the Southern Indian Ocean that they engaged the Crimario exercise. And there was a capacity building exercise in Sri Lanka in 2022. How important are these initiatives carried out by the EU in the Indian Ocean? So that's my question. Thank you.
Maybe we can gather a few questions. If there are any others, I can see over there. If you can introduce yourself also very briefly, would help our speakers.
Hi, can you hear me? Yeah, good, okay. Hi, Jack Doig from the New Zealand Embassy, excuse me. I was wondering, a question for General Steger. You talked about the huge increase in budget that France is currently going through, and I was wondering, there are two things happening right now. It seems that there's a continual push towards the Indo-Pacific, but at the same time, there is also a shift back towards more conventional defensive needs in Europe itself. And so I was wondering, to what extent do you think that you're going to be bolstering your kind of the military resources in the Indo-Pacific versus how much is going to stay closer to home?
At the en même temps, you can be en même temps. Maybe a third question before I give back the mic. No? Yeah, please.
Thanks for the speakers. This is Mohammed Al-Zahri. I'm the Deputy Director General of Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy, United Arab Emirates. Actually, I have two questions, but I'll be quick on that. Professor Han shedded the light on the competition, I would say, between superpowers. China, India is there, Australia, South Korea, Japan, US as well, Russia on the north. How do you see the Indo-Pacific region can balance between such a competition between superpowers? Patrick also mentioned the unilateral arrangements and how they can contribute to the multilateral arrangements, but we do see actually UAE is part of several unilateral arrangements. So how do you see these mini-lateral arrangements can fit to the bigger picture within that Indo-Pacific region? Thank you.
Very good question. In Korea, recently international relations field community, people, they tend to describe the current situation as a new Cold War, but conventional wisdom says that this is not new Cold War. It is very different from Cold War. But in Korea, interestingly, many scholars, they try to use the new Cold War. Why? In the Russia, China, and North Korea is one faction. And US, Korea, Japan would be the other faction. And we just competing each other. And the situation is getting worse because we're not going to get along each other anymore. So people, they are concerning about this kind of division of influence. But I think that is at the current snapshot situation. So Indo-Pacific strategy is to just mitigate those kind of tensions between these two groups. So, but unfortunately, United States, their tension with China is getting worse. And U.S. tension with Russia is getting worse. So, and Japan also, their policy is already tilting toward the U.S. side. So Korea is only one country to mitigate this kind of tensions at this moment. So I think this is a beginning period. So we have to consider more of the situation. But I think in the future, Korea has to do more efforts to mitigate those kind of tensions between these two groups of countries. North Korea is a key factor. North Korea never stopped its own provocation to South Korea and the Northeast Asian region. And also, North Korea is very hard to make a negotiation or hard to make a conversation each other. So from now on, South Korean government will do our own best to in cooperation with the United States and Japan, and we have to just take North Korea out to the negotiation table, and we have to persuade them not to do any provocation to the field. So that is the current snapshot situation of our policy. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your questions. For the first one, sir, it's more about the EU maritime safety, if I understand. So it's not totally my topic of competence. The main line being that France has a commitment to maritime safety, maritime security in the area, and so we contribute to that kind of exercises. But we also, and I will go back to what the Minister of Armed Forces is doing. We try to not to keep, but to organize a Navy presence on a regular basis in order to enhance interoperability with all our partners in the region in order to foster this regional cooperation and mechanism, because maritime safety is based, a lot is based, on coordination mechanism, sharing of naval information, that kind of mechanism, and this is what we promote and what we try to show when contributing to exercises, our bilateral regional exercises or the EU one. For the question about the military planning law, I'm not the defense minister. No, but what I can, and actually the law is actually under review by our Senate. So I would say proposal. The idea, or it's what I mentioned about those 413 billion. Actually, what you mentioned is exactly the challenge through which our military defense authorities went through. What is important to keep in mind is that there is, I would say, a special dedication to our overseas and also on our territories with defense efforts in order to enhance the armed forces capabilities that we have in the area. What will be the end result? You will understand that I don't have the end result at that time. And the third one was about unilateral arrangements. I would say, but I'm deeply inspired by the paper that I read, that it's very useful in order to address special needs, specific needs. It's not exactly unilateral, but the SPDMM will address, so it's South Pacific, so it's not the whole Indo-Pacific. So it addresses specific needs, namely HADR, for example. And so this is where those mini-lateral or mini-multilateral, just create another word, is really helpful. Because it's not something that you can address in a very wide forum, such as the international ones that do exist for ASEAN, for example, on all that is done with ASEAN. But it's not an ASEAN global issue. So in order to find local, regional solutions, minilateral might be the answer. And this was I evoked in terms of opening, as long as it doesn't go against the regional organizations.
Thank you very much. I think it's a perfect transition to the first session that will address actually the question of the multiplication of multilateral formats. Also for the law that is being reviewed at the Senate, of course, the senators are trying to beef it up, as you mentioned. André Gatolin will be there this afternoon. He's the VP of the Commission for Foreign Affairs and Armed Forces, and one of the writer of the report of the Senate on the Indo-Pacific, and he's trying also to beef it up. So I think it's a good transition to that session, the session 3 later this afternoon. Thank you once again very much, General Steiger. Thank you very much, Professor Hansoki. And let's move to session 1 to keep on schedule. Thank you. Thank you very much, Delphine, Evan, and Chris. Once again, it's very easy to introduce that session because we mentioned several times the report that Delphine and Thibault wrote that will be made public in few days in both French and English, for sure. The question, of course, of the multilateral format is key. We are facing multiple challenges in various kinds in the Indo-Pacific. As mentioned in the French strategy that rests on 4 pillars: security, economy, rule of law, and development. We need, of course, a very coordinated approach. That coordinated approach initially is, of course, domestically. First, we need to make sure that all of the ministers, be it foreign affairs, defense, public security, environmental affairs, but also the French Development Agency and else, all work together. So this kind of very, very interministerial approach, but also to have coordination at the international level. And that raises the question of what are the right formats to address the right issues. France is trying, of course, to be a very proactive power, a convener, a solution provider in terms of multilateralism. There is a growing number of cooperation formats, be it sub-regional formats, minilateral formats, technical formats of cooperation. France is joining existing frameworks of cooperation, be it IRA, so the Indian Ocean Regional Rim Association, the IDMM Plus as an observer. France is creating new form of cooperation, like trilateral formats with our Indian and Australian friends, with our Indian and Emirati friends. Other format exists also in terms of technical cooperation. It was mentioned in the keynote speeches, like France, Australia, New Zealand in terms of HADR, so humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. We celebrated a few weeks ago actually the 30th anniversary of that format, but also a lot of multilateral initiative. I'm thinking, of course, of development. We have some friends from the French Development Agency here today, like Kiwa in the South Pacific, promoting biodiversity, Varuna in the Indian Ocean, promoting as well biodiversity. And of course, additional framework, be it the Quad, AUKUS, and else. So one of the key questions of this session, of course, and one of the key objectives is to question multilateral and minilateral practices in the region and the link, of course, between these two types of formats. At what point, for example, there's a proliferation of minilateral run counter to or complement the existing multilateral architecture. And that session aims at gathering actually academic reflection and diplomatic practices. And that's why we are very, very glad to have these three excellent speakers, Professor Delphine Alès, Vice President of Inalco, Dr. Evan Laxmana, Senior Fellow at IISS Singapore, and Chris Holby of the Indo-Pacific Strategy and Delivery of the Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office in the UK. And we discussed it with Chris this morning, but it's very interesting to have Indo-Pacific Strategy and Delivery. Because that's one thing to make nice speeches, one thing to have some commitments, but it's of course even better to deliver. So once again, thank you very much. The idea is maybe to have 7 to 10 minutes maximum as initial presentation, then to have an interaction, and of course keep all of your questions because we'll have more than 40 minutes to interact with the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antoine, for the introduction and for framing the discussion. My talk will be based to a large extent to the brief we prepared with Thibaut Fournol, who is here in the room, and which to some extent was at the same time generously introduced and a bit spoiled by the general in his keynote speech. So I'll try to bring a couple ideas to the discussion, though, but you've already had some hints during the introduction. Well, the point we wanted to make with Thibaut in this note started from an observation that struck us when we were tasked by the Ministry of the Armed Forces with drafting or reflecting on the articulation between minilateral and multilateral formats in the Indo-Pacific. Very often it is the case that multilateralism and minilateralism are to some extent opposed along the idea, along the line that they are opposed, they are in contradiction, and that the increase of minilateral formats in the context of an increased level of engagement, of strategic engagement within the Indo-Pacific has led to a weakening of minilateralism in the region, that the new minilateral formats, Quad, AUKUS, etc., by definition weaken the regional security architecture in the Indo-Pacific. I think we need to go a bit beyond this normative idea by, first of all, observing that multilateralism and minilateralism do not necessarily fall into distinct categories. They are rather located on a continuum. That's the first point, which I think is very important. And most actors in the region actually are involved, including France, in both formats and strive to articulate these two formats. The second observation, is that historically multilateralism in the region, including in the security or strategic sector, did not precede minilateralism. They were rather co-constituted. If you take the ASEAN experience, for example, we are talking about an organization within which general narratives and objectives are deliberated within multilateral summits that seeks consensus with, while operational initiatives on security matters are implemented through smaller-sized cooperations, but they are not in contradiction with the deliberated objectives of the organizations. If you take, for instance, the minilateral formats along counter-piracy, joint patrols, counter-terrorism, etc. These are implemented, operationalized on a mini-lateral level, but they are in line with the general objectives of the ASEAN in terms of security. Now, that being said, of course, the recent popularity of the Indo-Pacific as both a strategic concept and an arena with more and more involvement on the part of external actors does produce a change. It produces a change in the nature of minilateral formats, and it also produces a change in the sense that it has increased, of course, to a large extent, the number of these initiatives and minilateral formats, with more and more external actors investing in what they see or what they seek to see as exclusive cooperation formats. Now, what is singular with these Indo-Pacific strategy-driven minilateral or trilateral formats is the fact that, first of all, they are not arrimated to pre-existing multilateral organizations. The second observation that is singular to Indo-Pacific-driven minilaterals is that in many cases, their primary aim is to display a loose notion of strategic consensus among peers without going through the deliberative consensus building processes that characterize multilateral arenas. And a third observation is that they tend to overlap because most external actors tend to perceive the need to legitimize their Indo-Pacific strategy by cooperating with regional players, and yet at the same time they seek to build their own minilaterals. So we see indeed an increase in the number of overlapping minilaterals in the region. This has three main consequences. The first one is a saturation of regional actors who are overflown with offers for minilateral cooperation, often along similar lines, broad security narratives, broad objectives, etc. And this saturation leads to a situation in which regional actors may not be able to respond with the highest level of commitment. When you have 10 different partners seeking cooperation on similar lines, sometimes around matters that have already been at the core of regional-based initiatives, of course, you may not be able simply to align a high level of commitment. A second important consequence is a paradoxical situation where regional-based multilateralism, ASEAN-centric multilateralism in particular, is at the same time plebiscited. Everyone, if you look at the recently published Indo-Pacific strategies, all of them will put ASEAN centrism as the core and the reinforcement of ASEAN centrism as an essential part of engagement in the region. And yet at the same time, despite this consensus, the ASEAN or ASEAN-based fora tend to be bypassed by this offer for minilateral cooperation. And that also leads, that's my third observation, to a lower level of the involvement of actors in multilateral formats that are seen as less efficient than minilaterals. I'm thinking about the ARF type of formats, Asian Regional Forum. They are seen as less efficient. They are seen as weak arenas because their aim is to deliberate, and at the same time, minilaterals are seen as more efficient, but they are based on the preconception that they gather like-minded partners rather than seeking to build consensus to find common ground. So they may be more efficient in operational terms, but they tend to weaken the areas in which consensus is built and the areas which produce stability in the longer term in the region. Now, since time is running, I'll just conclude with three major observations based on this study. We need to go, that was where I started, we need to go beyond the consensus that there is an intrinsic contradiction between minilaterals and multilaterals to identify the situations or the formats in which articulating minilateralism with multilateralism can produce or can contribute to regional security. The first precondition is to encourage minilaterals when they are operational and when they are grounded in openly deliberated objectives that are discussed within multilateral formats. The second point is that they may be more producive when they are not meant to impose external strategic objectives on regional actors, but rather when they are arrimated to objectives that have been previously set by regional actors and partners. And the third observation is that they are more producive when they are not overlapping or weakening previously existing mechanisms. These are essential preconditions for both the legitimacy and efficiency of these multilaterals, the two working hand in hand, legitimacy and efficiency.
Merci beaucoup, Delphine. So to deliver, they should fit, and they should not overlap, at least. Thank you so much. Evan, please.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. First, let me say thank you to FRS, DGRS, and Inalco for having me here. It's quite interesting being back here in Paris, since the last time I was here was actually the end of the Cold War. So it's been a while. Speaking of the Cold War, it's always going to be with us, whether we like it or not. Let me try to add on what I think I learned a lot from the paper that Delphine wrote, and let me try to talk about some of the Southeast Asian views, and I emphasize views in the plural sense because there is no such thing as a singular Southeast Asian view. But I'll try to touch on a few different key actors and sort of some of their more commonalities across these issues. My key point about minilateralism and multilateralism is that it's, as said before, it's not necessarily contradictory, but we are seeing a co-evolution of both formats. And the challenge for Southeast Asia now is we started with promoting inclusive regional architecture. This was the basis of the ASEAN Regional Forum. This was the basis of the ASEAN Plus 3 that was mentioned earlier. It's also the basis of the East Asia Summit and ADMM Plus that France has been seeking to be a part of. We started with inclusive regionalism, but are we moving towards strategic overcrowding in the Indo-Pacific, in particular with the interests of European powers in the region? And so let me look at three key features of what is known as inclusive regional architecture and why we might be moving towards three key features of strategic overcrowding. When it comes to inclusive regionalism, of course, the starting premise is that all powers are welcome. Good or bad is not up to us to decide. But I think what is often forgotten in the inclusive part of regionalism driven by ASEAN is that it is not unconditional inclusive regionalism. And there are three key features that underpin ASEAN's perception of inclusive regionalism. First, obviously, the notion of ASEAN centrality itself. Now, the problem is that a lot of people misunderstand what ASEAN centrality is. They pay lip service to it in speeches and in strategies, but they don't really understand what it is. For external powers, ASEAN centrality is often defined as problem solving. Can ASEAN solve the issue in the South China Sea, in Myanmar? That's very different from how ASEAN defines centrality, which is process driven. The process itself is why we have the convening power for regional countries to be a part of. And so that agenda setting in which ASEAN sets the tone in ASEAN-led mechanisms like East Asia Summit, like ARF, is crucial. And that's why Indonesia and ASEAN issued the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, precisely because everybody wants to talk about their Indo-Pacific strategies, while ASEAN could not speak about them unless they have their own. So ASEAN's outlook in the Indo-Pacific may not be a good strategy, but it is a useful reference point to keep ASEAN in the driver's seat. Second key feature of that inclusive regionalism is the idea of enmeshment. When we invite regional powers, we don't invite them to hang out. We invite them to be a part of the regional cooperation, regional integration project, including RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, including CPTPP. And so IPEF is a whole different category. In fact, the joke in Southeast Asia about IPEF is actually it's proof that ASEAN has successfully socialized the United States in the ASEAN way, which is to have process for process and meetings for meetings. So in that sense, the notion of enmeshment at the heart of inclusive regionalism is that regional power should be a part in all domain cooperation, from economics to security, technology, and beyond. Third key feature is the diversity of partnership. The very fact that we want inclusion for external powers is because we want to choose our own partners. Whether you like it or not with some of our choices, the whole point of strategic autonomy in Southeast Asia is that we get to say who we want to be friends with. And so the diversity of partnership is what's crucial, because it's not exclusionary, and it actually facilitates multilateralism over the years. And you can see this in the paper that Delphine wrote, that it actually sprung up multiple multilateralism over the year, whether it's the Malacca Straits Patrol between Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia and Thailand, whether it's the Sulu Sea Cooperation, Malaysia, Philippines, and Indonesia, and even the Quad. The Quad actually met initially in the sidelines of ASEAN-related meetings. Six-party talks also started on the sidelines of the ASEAN Regional Forum. So the very fact that we emphasize non-exclusionary and diversity of partnership is what allows ASEAN to sort of facilitate some of the rise of multilateralism that we take for granted. Now, the challenge, I think, is that that period in which inclusive regional architecture was the big framework, I think is sort of ending right now. Now, not many people in Southeast Asia accepts that it's about to end or it's already ending. It certainly had its heyday in the early 90s up until the 2010s, but I think in the last 5 years or so, I think that is slowly coming to an end. Now, what's replacing it is not really clear. My argument is that at least we're now potentially moving towards what I call strategic overcrowding in the Indo-Pacific. Now, I think there are three key features of what I mean when I say strategic overcrowding. Number one is uncoordinated engagement by external partners. And I see this, for example, in the case of Europe. Sometimes it's not always clear who's doing what and proposing which strategy over China, whether it's about South China Sea or Taiwan, whether it's about different European countries or the EU in that matter. And so I think uncoordinated engagement kind of complicates how the region views the position of some European powers versus the United States or even the EU in general. A second feature of strategic overcrowding, I think it's driven less by what ASEAN wants to see and do, but by great power competition. And this is very much anchored in China's behavior. So the rise of Indo-Pacific strategies is perceived in Southeast Asia to be very much a geopolitical trajectory given the rise of China. Now we can debate about China's behavior, and certainly Southeast Asian states are in that phase as well. But the very fact that great power competition is driving strategic overcrowding and the over-focus on security challenges, I think, makes it challenging for the existing regional architecture. Last characteristic that I think is quite challenging for Southeast Asia is network polarity. The more you do one thing with one great power, the more you cannot do it with another. If you have economic ties with China, means you cannot have economic ties with the United States. I'll give you a recent example. When Indonesia had the G20 presidency, and there was a launch for the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and as part of the IPEF negotiations, turns out Indonesia discovered in the past 6 months or so, we cannot develop a supply chain that includes Chinese companies over nickel. And nickel and energy transition is going to be crucial for Thailand and Indonesia moving forward. But as it turns out, we're asked to develop a clean supply chain that doesn't have Chinese companies as part of it. That's almost impossible for many in the region to develop one, let alone develop two different ones. And so a network polarity in which multi-domain strategic competition is actually not a good thing from the perspective of Southeast Asian states, because you are fracturing the existing regional architecture. Overall, I think the rise of strategic overcrowding in these three key areas is shrinking the strategic space for Southeast Asian states. It's fracturing the domestic consensus over strategic policy. In fact, one of the biggest challenges why Southeast Asia keeps telling the United States and China that great power competition is not a good thing is not just about great power polarization and geopolitical polarization, it's domestic polarization. The rise of pro-China and pro-US camps in different Southeast Asian countries are actually destabilizing in many ways for them. So let me end with going back to the question: is to many the enemy of good. I think as we move potentially towards strategic overcrowding and not inclusive regionalism anymore, I think the two key variables to look out moving forward is the complementarity, as been talked about, whether or not minilateral or multilateral actually complements one another, or they actually crowd out resources that could be driven in much more targeted way. And we can talk more about this at the Q&A. And of course, the degree of cross-domain polarity that we have to deal with as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Evan, let's move straight to Chris for the British perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antoine, and thank you very much for the invitation to join you today. You talk perhaps about my obsession with delivery, and what we've created in the UK, both at ministerial level but also senior official level, is a structure where we set the course and then we hold everyone ruthlessly accountable for what they are delivering, including ministers. And I've had ministers recently admit that they've written down a lot of things, but they haven't yet made sure that we've got there. It's a good discipline to have in the system. I'd like to do three things very briefly before we get into the conversation, and I've already heard some very interesting things from my co-panelists. Firstly, to say what the UK is doing and why. Secondly, the interlinkages between the levels of multilateral, minilateral, and bilateral that are in there. And thirdly, I think, say how minilaterals help get things done. And I appreciate this is going to be a conversation and an argument, so I might provoke perhaps as well as inform. I'm not going to do any spoilers on the content of the paper like General Stiga. I would just say the only weakness I've seen in what Delphine and Thibault have done is not talk very much about the UK except as a problem. Because you talk about the UK in FPDA and AUKUS in being slightly deconstructive. And I want to finish off on that right at the end to say why that's not true. But I'll give you some evidence here, and I'm happy to help with any next stage of the Observatoire, perhaps, as we do this. So what's the UK doing? Our objectives are set out in the integrated review, which we've just refreshed. We talk about the importance of the Indo-Pacific to the UK, to our economy, our security, but also very much the whole fabric of international rules, which are being challenged in the most visible form in Ukraine, that the General already referred to, but also very much the global challenges that face us and the importance of making sure that the international rules are respected. We make clear in the integrated review refresh our clear adherence to the principle of a free and open Indo-Pacific and supporting the delivery of that. And that is an objective that is shared by our key partners in the region, sometimes in different forms. And I think the outlook on the Indo-Pacific is very similar, but not exactly the same. But actually the key lines within it on transparency and rule of law, adherence to rules, are exactly the same. We also underline the importance to the UK of the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific being completely interlinked. I think sometimes we forget how much the economies and the securities of both regions simply are just like that. This is not a region that is far away from us. It is very much part of you, and the same in reverse. So the G7 is part of this, and I think you might have an argument about whether the G7 is a minilateral or a multilateral or anything else. We can come back to that. But ultimately, it's about freedom of choice. That's what we're trying to do all the way through, is provide freedom of choices to enable our partners to do what they want to do. They have lots of individual choices, not one big choice to make, but lots and lots and lots of individual choices they will make on different issues. And it is inclusive because China has to be part of this. if we look at pretty much every challenge that we have in the region, cooperation with China, or the lack of cooperation, is going to be how those things are determined. And we want most of those things to be done in cooperation with China, to the extent that we can make that happen. So in terms of the partnerships that then we have been pushing, and I think they will be common with many of our other partners, we're very proud that we have become a dialogue partner with ASEAN in, I think, record time, much faster than perhaps we had expected, and we're very pleased it went so fast. We're really in the process of delivering on that in our plan of action, which we agreed very fast, and we're now in the process of implementing, which in itself is an exercise in multilateralism, because most programs have to be done with every ASEAN member state. But even within it, there's a lot of minilateralism, because not every ASEAN state wants to do everything that we are offering to do. So those are constructive ways in which the two things can work together. We have applied to be members of ADMM Plus and the ASEAN Regional Forum. The UK Foreign Minister is going to be at the ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting in Jakarta. And that very much speaks to our commitment to ASEAN centrality, because we respect the process. And we respect the convening power of ASEAN in addressing many of these issues. Clearly, there are other formats like EORA. Also, the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which India has originated, is very, very interesting. We will see what we can do on that. And India has asked UK to lead the maritime security thread on that. But we are looking to partner with others. And Indian Foreign Minister Jaishankar on the stage at the Indo-Pacific Ministerial in Stockholm, which we were very honored to be at for the first time at ministerial level as well, inclusivity, said he wants the EU to be part of the Oceans Initiative on the maritime security side. So we are looking at ways that we can make that happen. After some interesting political developments in the UK, we really feel that the dialogue between the EU and the UK on how we can work together is really moving forwards, and that is fundamentally important to us, and we want to make that happen. The other multilateralism I just want to refer to is the Pacific Islands, which the General has already spoken about to some extent. And what we're doing there is combining bilateralism, minilateralism in many ways, but also the partners in the Blue Pacific, around which there was quite a lot of contestation and a little bit of argument, now seems to be moving forward in a way that really is going to support the centrality of the Pacific Island Forum to realize and achieve its strategy for the Blue Pacific 2050. And that's really the key importance of doing that. And a lot of the Pacific Island nations are Commonwealth countries, which means we have commitments and partnership programs with them that we feed into this as well, just to make it more complicated, but hopefully easier at the same time. So that's our first line. The second line is how bilateral programs that we have been pushing forwards with an India roadmap, which now has 150 actions, with Indonesia, a roadmap with them, the new Hiroshima Accord between the UK and Japan, including multiple defense and security commitments, a bilateral roadmap with the Republic of Korea, and an action plan supporting our UK-Australia annual ministerial meetings, plus the agreements we've reached with France in March this year to talk about coordinated naval deployments, to talk about Pacific coordination. We're at the stage now where we're thinking about how that can really be done. And that's an important step forward for us as the UK. And supporting all of that, then, is the minilaterals. FPDA, so the Five Powers defense arrangements. which really is a long-term commitment to us, by us to Singapore and Malaysia, together with Australia and New Zealand, which is entering a new phase of how it can work together on new security threats. I'd argue that CPTPP, as a trade arrangement, is a minilateral, although maybe it's a multilateral minilateral, like the General spoke about. And it's important in trade terms, but I'd argue it's just as important in terms of rules, because it's going to set the rules for trade in the Indo-Pacific region for the years to come. And that's why CPTPP is so fundamentally important. GCAP with Japan and Italy in terms of future air systems, and AUKUS, of course, as well. So those are the kind of three layers of engagement. We call it in the integrated review, and I know time's coming, so I'll move towards an end. We call this a rich tapestry. And you can see the way in which the layers are interwoven. It's perhaps more slightly medieval, perhaps. I'm not sure. But it's beautiful. The Americans, Jake Sullivan, talks about a lattice work of what's key is there are lots of connections here. There's a lot of overlap. There's also a lot of complexity and depth in them. And we need to work through how, in the same way as ASEAN states do, you do minilateral work between the ASEAN states and with others outside, challenge by challenge, and things like disinformation and cyber and things like that, you're often not going to do in a very big multilateral forum. You're going to do it, those aspects of resilience you will do in a smaller format. But you still do it in a way that supports the process and the framework. And so to get things done faster, minilaterals often are the way to do it, but they respect the multilaterals and the rules. I'd also link in, just as a reference now, but what the multilateral development banks do and how we shape where they go and how they act, including with China. Also, very importantly, for those who haven't seen it, the OECD this month has agreed a new Southeast Asia regional program, which is going to talk about economic governance and rules as adherence. That's so important, fundamentally important. And that will help the other structures of the region. Key thing is transparency. And certainly from the UK perspective, we would like to see more track 1.5, more track 2 dialogues. Might even be able to give you some money, no promise. Because that is a way in which we can make even more connections. And I think that was the cooperative network that the General talked about. It was the first speaker, that the Observatory is designed to do. The more fibers we can link between us, the more we can do together. I want to finish by quoting President Widodo of Indonesia. He's given some very interesting perspectives on this in the last 3 weeks, where he said, and this is as the President of Indonesia, but also the Chairman of ASEAN, said, ASEAN's principle is collaboration, cooperation, and active involvement. I think that's very much what we've heard. Next sentence, we view the Quad and AUKUS as partners, not competitors. It's about dialogue. And lastly, ASEAN is clear that it wants the South China Sea to be stable, peaceful, and prosperous. Exactly the same words as I think we heard from the professor. The key to this is adherence to international law. So from one of our key interlocutors, we have a lot of the things that are key to us, and saying the way in which we work can be cooperative, not competitive. I hope those thoughts are...
Thank you very much, Chris, and I also enjoy the term of freedom, the freedom of choice. This is actually kind of the French idea is quite similar, but I think it's not framed properly in France. We call the liberty of sovereignty or the freedom of sovereignty. I mean, I'm not sure it really means anything either in France or in French or English. I've said it publicly, so I can say it here. But that's the idea. That's to give them a choice and to make sure that they can choose. So to provide several options. So it's not a binary choice. And as I really enjoy when you explain that it's not a big choice. it's a lot of small choices on many, many issues. And on that, the Europeans, the French with the British and else, of course, can provide many, many alternative options to provide them with more opportunities and sometimes best option. Before we start the interaction, maybe one question. So we mentioned many multilateral, many unilateral formats. In terms not of deliverable, but deliveries, what has been delivered yet? According to you, what are the best examples in terms of formats? What are the most successful formats? Be it large ones, smaller ones, being on technical issues or more like global issues. If you would name maybe one key example that's for you, is the illustration of what is a successful unilateral format. Maybe Delphine and or even? Yeah.
Sure. On top of my head, I would say for Southeast Asia, this would be the Malacca Straits Patrol. That would be the most successful one in the last 10, 15 years or so, because the threat of armed robbery, I should say, because sometimes European admirals like to suggest piracy in the Malacca Straits. That's not the case. But the point is that when it comes to intra-regional security challenges, a more unilateral approach in which I think what is different from the Quad and others is that, you know, Southeast Asians are more comfortable in unilateral arrangements in which they have equal veto power rather than have to confront an imbalance of power that limits their ability to veto the process and protect their sovereignty. In fact, one of the interesting point about the Malacca Straits patrol history is that it started because after 9/11, certainly the U.S. was much more involved with the Proliferation Security Initiative, and there were misperceptions perhaps, but it was still part of the narrative back in the early 2000s that the U.S. was ready to secure the area with its own assets, and that sort of prompted Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore to actually figure out a way to do things by themselves so that they don't have to rely on external partners. So for me, the Malacca Straits, I think, was so successful that the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia tried to copy that model for the Sulu Sea, which at the time in the mid-2010s were very much plagued with kidnappings and terrorism, etc. So for me, on the ASEAN level, it'd be the Malacca Straits Patrol.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Chris, maybe, and then Delphine.
I think I'd offer the just energy transition partnerships that have now been agreed with both Vietnam and Indonesia. I think both of them have set up a framework where the transition away from coal can actually be achieved through financing provided to them in partnership between government and private finance. But we've got a clear roadmap and a clear commitment, and it is done by those countries with a group of supporters. And it's not just G7. I mean, Norway and various other countries are in, and EU are in this as well. I think that's really effective unilateralism.
So I think I will align with Evan in naming the Malacca Straits Patrols, but if I had to find a different example on another level, I think I would, it's not strictly a unilateral setting, but I think the information fusion centers are a really good example of a concrete cooperation format that functions. And I think what is common between the three examples we've given is that we are talking about initiatives within which concrete cooperation is being delivered instead of deliberations. Deliberations do not work in unilateral formats. They may be useful in multilaterals, again, which are aimed to find a common purpose. But unilaterals work when they just seek to deliver services.
Yeah, this is what we criticize sometimes when we talk about the fetishism, about the format and the deliverable, much more than on what is actually achieved. Do you want to comment maybe on one Chris mentioned, to have a, you know, the traditional UK-French diverging views and complementing views?
Yeah, thanks a lot. No, what struck me listening both to Evan and Chris is the fact that when we talk about articulation, we tend to talk about how to articulate formats within the Indo-Pacific, but articulation also starts at home. You were talking about the overcrowding even of the offers of unilateral cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. Then, Chris, you were talking about the commonalities between the French and UK and European approaches of the Indo-Pacific. And I think we would gain a lot by also coordinating as to what we can deliver together instead of working separately in different formats. We would reduce this. And when I say that articulation starts at home, in the case of France, it also means articulating with our territories in the Pacific, which have for a long time felt that they were not included within the definition or within the efforts to draft a French Indo-Pacific strategy. It's also very, very, very important in the sense that there are French Pacific collectivities, New Caledonia and French Polynesia, which are full-fledged members of multilateral cooperations in the region. In the Pacific Islands Forum, for instance, France is not a member per se, Paris is not a member per se. It is French Polynesia and New Caledonia which do represent the French position. So this has become a very important and striking challenge in a context where these collectivities are led by independentist movements. So there is also a need for cooperation at the French level within France and its representatives, and also at the European level and with the UK. Before we talk about how to organize cooperation in the region.
Yeah, quite interesting when you talk about all of these French overseas territories. So just to remind everyone, 7 out of the 13 French territories are in the Indo-Pacific, between the Indian Ocean to the Pacific Ocean. The most populated, of course, Reunion Islands, but then 250,000 in French Polynesia, New Caledonia, Mayotte, etc. And it's quite interesting. It's not only tools of legitimation. I mean, it's not only to say, oh, we have territories somewhere in the Pacific. It's also like they are key actors and also showcase of what is possible in the region. Because when you want to do energy transition, promotion of biodiversity, what is being done locally in Reunion Islands, in New Caledonia and else, can be like strong example of what is achievable. Because of course the key example are not going to come from the Paris suburb, the London suburb, or the Brussels suburb, but much more from Saint-Pierre, Nouméa, and Papeete. Maybe we can open to the floor to the questions. So I can see David, and I'm going to gather maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then they will answer.
Yep, good work. David Camroux, I'm from Sciences Po. I'm one of the coordinators in the Sciences Po's involvement in this wonderful project. 2 slightly provocative questions preceded by a slightly provocative statement. The slightly provocative statement is we want a free and open Indo-Pacific, but not necessarily for the peoples of the Indo-Pacific. So my first question concerns one word we haven't heard is the word democracy or the promotion of human rights, which is kind of strange given that the Quad presents itself as the world's 4 greatest democracies. And similarly with AUKUS, the democracies of the Anglosphere. So why is there this sort of absence of democracy, human rights in all of the strategies about the Indo-Pacific? And I'm particularly looking at the example of Myanmar, which makes me think of Evan's point about European or Western views that ASEAN is a problem solver, whereas it's all about process. So it's a question of Myanmar. If one looks at the map of the Indo-Pacific, we have a civil war raging right in the middle of the Indo-Pacific, and there seems to be no kind of attempt, reaction to that. And my second question to Chris is in relation to the rule of law. Great Britain occupies the Chagos Islands in a flagrant disregard of a decision by the International Court of Justice. To what extent, and the British overseas Indian territories, to what extent is Britain's lack of respect for the decision of the International Court of Justice weaken Britain's involvement in the Indo-Pacific?
Merci, David. I think we have a question just behind.
Thank you. Thanks for the 3 very interesting presentations, and great to see a woman on the panel as well. And thank you for everything that you said about inclusivity. I wanted to also pose a question to Evan. I'm Aoife from the Irish Embassy. Given everything that was said by yourself and the other 2 panelists on inclusivity, strategic overcrowding, rich tapestries, saturation, etc., to what extent do you feel that ASEAN members view the various EU Indo-Pacific strategy and approaches, the approach of the UK, the approach of the US? To what extent do partners in the region view us as being credibly, truly inclusive, or to what extent do you feel that rather than listening that we're in some way seeking to impose our own perspective? And then a second question maybe is to what extent do you think that partners in the region judge us by our ability or our inability to meet our international climate obligations? Thanks.
Third question maybe? Yes, in the back.
Thank you very much for excellent presentations. Cécile Perodex from Sciences Po Grenoble. I have a question to Dr. Laxmana. I would be interested to know more about how you define strategic autonomy, since you emphasize the need to have a diversity of partnerships to secure strategic autonomy. We know that the EU, for example, defines strategic autonomy as a capacity to act autonomously with like-minded partners. So thank you very much for your answer on this question.
Thank you. Let's start with Ivan, then Chris and Delphine.
Sure, thank you for that small number of questions. Let me start at the end there in terms of strategic autonomy, because I think this kind of talks about different parts of it, of the rest of the questions. I think certainly we don't define it as closely as EU or some of the European powers. I think for many in Southeast Asia, strategic autonomy is the right to be wrong. If that includes the right to be wrong in terms of how we're judged in terms of domestic politics, like coups in Thailand or a crisis in Myanmar, or in terms of the partners that you choose. So I'll give an example. When it comes to defense cooperation, people say, oh, we want you to have your own choices and make your own autonomous choices. Yeah, so we want to buy stuff from Russia. Oh, no, you cannot do that. We have CATSA sanctions for that. Oh, we want to work on building new tech cooperation on missile systems with China. Oh, no, you cannot do that as well, because there's some proprietary technology that could be problematic. This is the case, for example, with Thailand and its submarine with China, for example. So in that sense, to say that other partners want us to choose, sure, but the second part of that sentence is, but there are consequences of the choices. And this is where I think the idea that everybody from the West, who like US and some European powers, who would come to the region and we're not making you choose, kind of rings hollow. Because on the policy side of things, we are being made to choose in the small choices. As mentioned earlier, maybe it's on some parts that's defense technology, maybe some parts about Huawei, maybe some parts about other issues. So to say that we are 100% free to make our own choices is not really true as well. So for Southeast Asian, I think that choice is crucial. And secondly, and I think this relates a little bit on the question regarding Myanmar and democracy and human rights. Part of the sensitivity and anxiety in Southeast Asia about strategic autonomy is precisely because Southeast Asian states are hugely divergent in terms of political systems. We have absolute monarchy in Brunei. We have authoritarian juntas in Myanmar, and certainly, hopefully, not anymore in Thailand, but we'll see what happens in the next few months in Thailand. We have quasi-democracies like Indonesia and Singapore. And so certainly judgments over value-based foreign policies, like is this autocracy versus democracy that Biden likes to tout at the beginning of his term, doesn't really resonate very much in the region, and certainly at a region that's accustomed to external intervention into its domestic political affairs. That's not really something that we see as being credible. And this is where I think the Myanmar thing is very interesting, because at Shangri-La Dialogue a few weeks ago, a lot of people make the argument that the strong presence of the European delegation, including the Ukraine defense minister, made a strong, compelling case that the Euro-Atlantic theater is very much tied to the Indo-Pacific theater. But the question for some of those who attended from the region in Shangri-La, is it a two-way street or is it a one-way street? Where the region is supposed to care more about what's going on in Ukraine, but does Europe care about what's going on in Myanmar? So there are questions about that as well. If the focus on the integration of the two theater is actually one-way street or a two-way street. Now, of course, this is a huge debate, and it's not clear if it's going to be solved in any in any quick time ahead. But I think it's certainly a part of the conversation. And lastly, when it comes to the views of ASEAN member states on the Indo-Pacific strategies, including climate, I think for climate, the problem with Southeast Asian states' approaches is that outside of Singapore, who sees it a bit more existential for Singapore, being a small island nation without any strategic space, so Singapore actually has invested quite significantly for that transition. But for the rest of Southeast Asia, particularly countries like Indonesia and Thailand and others, they see climate more as a business opportunity. So the just energy transition side of things is a business proposition for the SOEs and for some of the private companies who are involved in, like, say, nickel and all of these critical minerals moving forward. And so that, for me, is a problem, not just for the climate itself, but also in how businesses are now starting to realize the pressures of geopolitical competition. Now, Chris mentioned earlier that the just energy transition was a successful multilateralism from Vietnam and Indonesia. It's true. We have our own secretariat now and all of that. But the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce came out publicly and said it's not that easy to access the funding necessary that was set up to support the transition because of the supply chain issue as many of these countries deal with China in the past. And so this, I think, relates a little bit to the views of ASEAN on the Indo-Pacific strategies. I think certainly the Indo-Pacific strategies as a base minimum, as the lowest common denominator, sure, nobody can disagree with transparency, rule of law, stability, peace, prosperity, sure. ASEAN outlook on Indo-Pacific is premised on the lowest common denominator norms. So it's not new in that sense, but the issue is whether or not, number one, there is a habit, I think, in Southeast Asia that, some can say it's good or bad, but there's a habit of us conflating different European powers as one package, when it's always not clear, I think, if that's always been the case. So kind of, is the military engagement of Germany can be separated from UK, from French, and all of that. I think it's not particularly clear from the perspective of Southeast Asians if there is a singular, coherent European collective and coordinated strategy on how to engage the Indo-Pacific beyond your basic platitudes of we believe ASEAN centrality. Second is, of course, the gap between words and deeds, and whether or not, in terms of Indo-Pacific, sure, we believe in maritime security and all of that, but is there a much more collective effort to improve a maritime law enforcement capacity in the region, for example? And this is where I think some of the words versus deeds is sort of a work in progress, to say the least. And so this is where I think the ability of Southeast Asian states to understand that the Indo-Pacific strategies of Europe is still very much premised on geopolitical competition can actually be so much more than just geopolitical competition. Now, the so much more part is the one that I think the region is still waiting for. Right now, it's being led off by the great power competition, security cooperation, etc. But it's the what's more afterwards is something that the region, I think, is still waiting for.
Thank you. Chris, maybe?
Thanks. I think if you ask the UK, and actually I think pretty much all of our partners, will you support democracy at every turn, we would say yes. Does that mean that every conversation and every project has to be centralized on democracy? No. I think what we will always do is support civil society And if by default you always support governance and transparency, what you are doing is building structures that support those democratic processes or fair processes to thrive. And that's why I particularly mentioned the OECD new program that's coming in. I think people underestimate how important that's going to be. I don't think anyone, though, would criticize the UK for not supporting the opposition in Myanmar and calling out the military junta every turn in what they are doing illegally on a lot of these things, because a lot of their actions are illegal. On the British Indian Ocean territory, I would say we're following a legal process, and there are lots of conversations going on with the parties that are engaged with that, and we will follow the legal outcomes. It's complex, but I think our partners are giving us a lot of credit for actually engaging with them and talking to them and trying to find a way through.
Yes, just a couple of words of answers to David's provocative question about democracy and human rights. I think it is implicit in the notion of free and open Indo-Pacific, in the sense that this very notion is a way of antagonizing, without saying it, the elephant in the room, the Chinese model. Yet at the same time, there is also a general consensus not to explicit this reference, for several reasons. First of all, because non-interference or no comments about the domestic affairs of each state is the consensus that holds in international relations in the region. And of course, a second reason, which is much more concrete, is the fact that India's domestic politics, India's domestic scene, is increasingly drifting away from this narrative, and would make it incoherent if it were to be explicitly mentioned that free and open Indo-Pacific is also about democracy and human rights. So I don't think this consensus is going to move any time, so it will remain explicit at best. Perhaps just an additional provocative comment about the notion of strategic autonomy. I'm completely in line with everything that was said, but I would just add that no one is autonomous in a context where issues and security matters are interdependent. Strategic autonomy does not exist as such, but some, of course, bigger powers have the ability to shape a strategic environment that aligns with their own priorities. This is what strategic autonomy is about in the contemporary context. Now, the question for middle powers who do not have this ability of shaping the strategic environment to their ends is how to craft partnerships that align or that contribute to this shaping of their environment in the context of European powers, is how to shape partnerships, how to craft partnerships that contribute to general stability in the region.
We can start a new round of question. See, Juliette.
Thanks very much for this very interesting panel. My name is Juliette Geneva. I'm associate prof in political science in Lyon and also based here at Inalco for research. I'm a specialist of China, so I'm very much an outsider to this conversation, which is why I'm so interested and full of questions. So I'd like to pick up maybe on two conclusions of Evan's presentation. The first one is about uncoordinated engagement. I guess that was what you pointed as the cause for strategic overcrowding. Could you please explain whether you think this uncoordinated engagement is mostly the work of external actors or also of regional actors? Because that wasn't clear to me. And then the second point that I'd like to raise is you emphasized the effects of great power competition on this new reconfiguration of multilateral and minilateral construction in East Asia, Southeast Asia. And I'd like you all, actually, you three, to maybe unpack the effects of great power competition on the restructuring of the architecture. So basically, great power competition, if I understand correctly, is the failure of collective security in the region, and is also emphasizing the increase in unilateral forums. But can maybe China take advantage of this situation? Can the US take advantage of it? Obviously, the US seems to be losing leadership in convincing everyone of their ability to provide collective security. Where does that lead us? Can local actors take more initiative? Can they free themselves from the securitization of all the issues of trade, etc., or are they just totally constrained by the sanctions? Sorry, I hope that was clear. Sorry, it was so long. Thanks.
Yeah. Ibor.
That was a terrific panel, thank you. I have a couple of questions. I was wondering if there's any reason why we have heard so little about AUKUS. One question, and then the second one would be, do you reckon, and that may be perhaps a question for Evan, do you think that our partners in the Indo-Pacific judge us on our reaction to the war in Ukraine and our lack of ability to prevent or be extremely very efficient with respect to this new war in Europe? Thank you.
Last question, maybe? I mean, no? Okay, just.
Thank you very much. My name is Marcus. I'm from the Australian Department of Defence, currently seconded to DGIRS. My question goes to if we look at the title of this panel in red, too many, the enemy of the good. Do we think that, I mean, if we say that good is the multilateral forums providing for the region, do we think that existing forums are doing that, and is that why we're seeing an increase in unilateral forums? You're just interested in the structures. Thank you.
Evan, maybe you had plenty of questions, and then Delphine and Chris.
Thank you. This is one of those things where you sing for your supper type of thing. Let me start a little bit at the end again, because I think that sort of lays out the conversation for the first few questions. I think when it comes to too many versus too little, what is potentially interesting is kind of like a horses for courses argument, in the sense that, you know, some institutions are good for some things but not for everything. The habit for some Southeast Asian countries who kind of self-delude themselves into thinking that ASEAN is the answer to all of their strategic problems is that they see ASEAN as the answer to everything, when in fact it's not. It's only good for certain things and not for others. And I think the rest of the region is trying to come up with non-ASEAN options as well. So figuring out which horse for which course, I think, is the one that's going to be challenging. On the engagement part, I thought that was interesting, because I did not mention this, but yes, the uncoordinated engagement isn't just about external powers engaging Southeast Asia in an uncoordinated fashion, but ASEAN member states themselves often, I think, figuring out their non-ASEAN options in a way that when they engage China individually, when they engage US individually on a bilateral basis, is actually not always coordinated as closely with their ASEAN friends and fellow members. And I think this is where what's inherently a dance between anxiety and exploitation that's still around in many Southeast Asian capitals. Yes, we are nervous about great power competition. Yes, we don't want Taiwan to blow up. We have about 1 million citizens in Taiwan. But on the other hand, since we are, whether we like it or not, we are helpless in trying to get the US and China to de-escalate, certainly when everybody else is already picking sides. And whether we like it or not, that is the perception of many, or not many, but some in Southeast Asia, for Australia, for example, that Australia has picked a side. And I'll get to AUKUS on this front. But the idea is that for some Southeast Asia, if we cannot actually get them to de-escalate and go back to what I call the millennium dream in the early 2000s, where there was a hope that US and China could work together with Southeast Asia in Southeast Asia, I think that's kind of dead, the dream, at least from Washington and Beijing. But some in Southeast Asia still would like that to happen. But if we cannot do that, then how do we exploit that great power competition in which we can push for one deal that's better than the other by trying to find rifts in those issues? And I think this is where the overall question about the impact of great power politics for regional architecture is sort of like a chicken and egg question. Because one can make the argument from a causality standpoint that precisely because ASEAN regional mechanism was weak and informal, that's why it could not prevent US-China competition in Asia over the last 10 years. Or you could actually see it from the reverse. That's precisely because of US and China duking it out among each other is why they inherently and maybe inadvertently kind of actually weaken regional institutions like ASEAN when they move on to other things. So I think this is where the issue around kind of AUKUS and Ukraine sort of comes in. AUKUS, I think, for some countries like Malaysia and Indonesia is obviously viewed differently, and Australian governments like to make sure they respond to every single expressions of concern, like arms race and PT and all of that, while ignoring, I think, kind of the deeper anxiety for countries like Indonesia to be operationally crisscrossed in the event of a regional conflict. The neutrality of Indonesian waterways and airspace, for example, is certainly a huge concern that underlies that anxiety. And this is where I think Ukraine sort of comes in the last year or so. I think, sure, there's certainly a lot of disinformation campaign from external parties in Southeast Asia. But the reason why some of those disinformation campaigns have been successful and why they gain resonance, for example, about, oh, this is all NATO's fault, this is, well, not different from when US invaded Iraq and so forth and so on, is because I think inherently there is still an underlying reservoir of anti-Western sentiments in parts of Southeast Asia that often gets activated in some of these domestic political contestation and exacerbated certainly by disinformation campaign from the outside. And this is where I think it becomes superbly complicated because Southeast Asian states are now still struggling very much with Myanmar. And so there is a perception, I think, from our friends inside Myanmar that Ukraine has kind of stolen the thunder for attention and resources, not with regards to Europe, because certainly it's natural for Europe to be concerned, but for the rest of Southeast Asia who are using the momentum of Ukraine actually to not talk about Myanmar. So I think there's a weird and complicated conflation between Ukraine and Myanmar. But I think the overall picture is that if we are serious and consistent about the idea that the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific theater is a singular strategic theater, then I would say that many in the region would like European countries to talk more about Indo-Pacific issues, whether it's in Sri Lanka, Indian Ocean, in South China Sea, in Myanmar, and others. So I guess the point is, are we allowed to export our problems to Europe? Thank you.
Maybe even just a follow-up on what you say. For you, what are maybe the 2 or 3 best added values of the Europeans, but also of the French, potentially in the Indo-Pacific?
That's a $3 million question.
And you can be very honest, that's fine.
Sure. I think certainly, despite the criticism of many in the West, in London, and a little bit in the US certainly, about President Macron's visit to Taiwan, actually Macron's position on Taiwan kind of resonates with quite a few in Southeast Asia. The fact that France is presenting itself as kind of a not necessarily in the pro-US camp, I think is certainly something that's worth exploring further. So the position on Taiwan and China, I think, is a huge potential. Secondly, I think certainly France in particular, given its kind of a permanent presence in the region, I think certainly has the potential to improve on capacity building programs on maritime security, but also defense industrial collaboration. And European defense industrial collaboration, I think, is certainly a potential that's underexplored because precisely because of US-China competition. I think Southeast Asians are in the mood for alternative partners. Certainly, South Korea has been very active. In fact, I would argue South Korea is among the largest supporters and suppliers of arms to Southeast Asia over the last 5-10 years. Japan could be that fill that gap as well, and France is certainly more familiar with offset programs. So that offset program is something that many in Southeast Asia are embracing because of their long-term modernization plans, rather than just buying off the shelf. So I think those three key issues, I think, is certainly worth exploring further.
Thank you. Delphine, maybe on the question on the formats.
Yes, so I will go back to what was the initial question of the panel. Is too many the enemy of the good? And unequivocally, I will say yes. And I will say yes. So we've amply discussed how minilaterals, trilateral cooperations, etc., that are in competition with each other may weaken multilateral settings. But I will also add perhaps another issue. It's also the case for very concrete initiatives like military drills, which have also been inflated in the context of the wake of the Indo-Pacific strategies. In my observation, the increase of uncoordinated offers of military drills, multilateral, unilateral, etc., did not go along with an increase in the quality of the interactions, because, again, regional partners are overflown with proposals for more and more and more cooperations in this matter. So it means that, to some extent, the fact that it did not lead to an increase in the quality of the engagement misses the point, which is to create more socialization and more habits of cooperating. So, yes, again.
Yeah, that's kind of the dilemma in having either format for discussion, endless discussion, or more like platform for projects, or like that. Things that are like project-based, much more than like issue-driven in like empty talks and all. Chris, maybe if you wanted to, especially on AUKUS as well. That's a tricky part, especially in France.
Maybe not. Can I start with the last one, though, and say the proudest moment of my career was closing down an organization. And that was the Western European Union. People may not have heard of it now. But one of the hardest things to do is to stop doing things when they've run out of road. So I agree 100% that the more and more we think about trilaterals or others that are specifically focused on delivering something, and then we finish it and we move on to the next thing, all for the better. And that's what we're trying to do. And can I just comment on the great power competition point to say, and this is something my foreign minister has said, but others have said it too, I know, which is what we want is for China to talk openly to the US. And so they understand where the lines are and where the challenges are. And for us, it was a really bad sign that the new Chinese defense minister refused to talk to the US defense minister at Shangri-La. It's great that Blinken is going now to Beijing, something that's been postponed for a while. But really, we need transparency between the military structures and their political systems so that we make sure we don't make mistakes. That's where we got to at the end of the Cold War. In fact, quite a long time before the end of the Cold War, we had lines of confidence building between Western Europe and the US and the Soviet Union. We need that transparency to help us here. And lastly on AUKUS, I don't have a script, so I don't know exactly how many times I mentioned AUKUS, but I did mention it several times. The reason why I didn't talk about it a lot is because I think here, but also in the region, people have now moved on and think that's something that's going to happen. Let's see what the contribution it makes is. I think our feeling as the UK, and then our other voices here, is the real problem now is it's being misused by particularly Russia, but also China, in disinformation in particular countries in Southeast Asia to foment challenges. And when opinion polls are taken, you actually see support for AUKUS as being contributing. But there's a very active, particularly social media feed that says this is about nuclear proliferation and nuclear weapons and lots of other things, which are just blatantly untrue. But so the reason why I didn't talk about it too much here, because I think actually there's lots of other positives that we can talk about, and this is actually contributing to it. And I think the Indonesian president's view really supports our position that it's a contribution to where we go.
Can I have a last round of question? Thibault?
Thanks very much. Yes, if I may again. So I forgot to introduce myself, Thibault Delamotte, professor here at INALCO. I now have two more questions, I'm afraid. Japan, in relation to South Korea and arms sales in Southeast Asia, how do you explain South Korea being more successful than Japan? That would be the first question. Second one is on Myanmar. I understand what you're saying. However, it was in the G7, so was it the heads of state statement, or was it the the Ministry of Foreign Affairs statements? I'm not sure, but it was definitely mentioned in one of those final statements. And when I look, at the one before, for instance, one in Cornwall, so Germany, obviously Ukraine was very prominent, but the G7 in Cornwall, Hong Kong was a very major issue, and indeed the G7 was very vocal on it. So how would you expect the Europeans to be more involved? Because indeed on Myanmar, we've taken sanctions, which is what we seem to come up with whenever we have a big problem. Thank you.
Other question? Just when you discuss Myanmar, we have a thought for our ambassador. We used to be one of the top French diplomats working in Indo-Pac, being a former representative in the South Pacific, now in Myanmar, etc., associate at IFRI. Other questions? Maybe if there are no questions, I would have one on the question of the format. So far, there is no kind of Indo-Pacific forum per se, gathering everyone. We say that there are already too many. The only thing that is kind of close to it is the Europe Indo-Pacific Ministerial Forum that was organized in Paris a bit more than a year ago. And of course the second one in Stockholm, that was a little bit different in format, less high level, I would say, fewer ministers. And especially it was honestly a huge problem, less than half of the European ministers being there. So when you come all the way from Indonesia, Australia, Japan or India, you come to Europe and you have only half of them. You're like, what the hell? And second, a little bit different in format as well, because we had representatives from countries that were not part of the first one, including from the US. So how do you evaluate that framework specifically, the Europe Indo-Pacific Ministerial Forum? Because the objective, especially on the French side but others, is to have it at the annual meeting. So it won't be in Spain for the second semester under the Spanish presidency, but maybe in Brussels under the Belgian presidency of the Council of the EU in the first semester of 2024. So maybe your assessment as well on the Europe Indo-Pacific Ministerial Forum. And maybe one last question, because then it will be the lunch break. So, okay, thank you.
Yes, well, the major problem with this format, if I may be a bit provocative, is that it's European initiative. It's a European initiative which also, to some extent, comes in competition or in contradiction with regionally led initiatives that regional actors, I'm thinking Indonesia, would like to rejuvenate. I'm thinking about the ARF or the East Asia Summit. So there would be a need to better arrimate this forum to already existing frameworks in order to make it work. Otherwise, it will always be perceived as an external initiative, and I don't think it's going to take off, especially, as you mentioned, when Europeans themselves are not that committed to it. Then there's one thing I may add to this observation is that we should not judge the efficiency or the existence of Indo-Pacific cooperation by the existence of formal organizations. So it's not because there is no formal organization of the Indo-Pacific that cooperation does not exist in the region and that there is no deliberation as to what would or could be a common narrative.
Thank you. Evan?
Sure, let me start at the end there. I think certainly, as Delphine mentioned, there is such a thing as an Indo-Pacific forum if you count the countries involved. The East Asia Summit and the ASEAN Regional Forum, before there was an Indo-Pacific strategy, was certainly covering the members of the key Indo-Pacific states. The fact that not many in Asia talks about the ministerial forum you mentioned, and vice versa. Not many talks about ARF and East Asia Summit here. I think it's exactly the gap that we've been talking about, that we try to develop our own thing without realizing that there are existing mechanisms being discussed. In fact, Indonesia is about to have its own Indo-Pacific forum on the sideline of the East Asia Summit in early September that talks about businesses and investments and so forth and so on. So the worry isn't the lack of Indo-Pacific forums, actually probably too many Indo-Pacific forums, and kind of ignore the existing ones that we should be building. So the issue isn't the country's membership or even the name, whether or not you call it an Indo-Pacific forum or something else. It's whether or not the issues that you discuss are actually genuinely tied to one another and actually concrete. On Japan and ROK success, I would certainly look at it more perspective from the suppliers. I'm not sure from the demand side. I think certainly the reason why Korea has been somewhat successful, at least in selling some of its major arms, number one, certainly the potential of accessing potential U.S. technology, although that's a tricky arrangement, as Indonesia discovered over the fighter aircraft project. But that's one initial appeal. Second, certainly the terms of payment and offset projects is something that they've been doing. Granted that in the submarines part for Indonesia wasn't particularly successful. I think there are concerns about that. That's why we're sort of in the conversations for a Scorpan potentially. I think ROK success compared to India in selling the trainer aircraft, I think also shows that, you know, the fact that a few countries have already started operating Korean arms kind of create like a snowball effect in which you feel you're part of a community of Korean users when Indians are not that popular in terms of arms. Compared to Japan, I think Japan is probably newer in that sense. In terms of exports, certainly it's much more newer, so they haven't been doing this for a while. Japan's thing with Australia unfortunately did not pan out for France, and then France then realized that they were Japan now in terms of AUKUS. So I think it's probably more about time in terms of Japanese defense industries and companies, and whether or not the offset program, I think, is kind of the key benchmark. In my understanding of the conversations that Indonesia has had with Japan over the frigates and potential offsets, that's not fully worked out as well. So we have our own problems in Southeast Asia in terms of Office of Defense Technology Security and all of that, but certainly I think Korea has more experience in that sense. Lastly, on Myanmar, in terms of the role of EU, you know, friends in Myanmar would argue that some of, I think, Justice for Myanmar would show reports some European-based companies are still evading EU sanctions on I believe, fuel for the jet, if I'm not wrong. So friends in Myanmar would say European countries can do more in terms of arms embargoes and fuel embargoes and all of that. But that's one aspect, certainly. But also, I think the problem isn't entirely Europeans' fault, because ASEAN also insists that any solution to Myanmar has to go through the ASEAN 5-point consensus. So European leaders, and not just European leaders, but also Washington, China, and others, publicly still cling on to the ASEAN 5-point consensus, although behind the scenes they are moving in their own pace. Of course, the problem that we deal with in terms of Myanmar isn't just Myanmar, right? There's a much more complicated set of issues. So I think if we were talking along the lines of what more can European powers do, I think certainly on the arms embargo side of things and finding more stuff to work with in terms of the Track 2 and the Track 1 for aid delivery and all of that. But I think the issue when it comes to the comparison with Ukraine is very tricky, I think, in terms of the urgency and the severity of the problem. But I think Myanmar is only one kind of preliminary, I guess, litmus test or questions for that set of issues.
Thank you. Chris?
Please take this comment in the constructive way in which it is meant, that the problem with the Indo-Pacific dialogues is the EU. And I say this having worked inside the EU, and I know its strengths, but the EU has created this European format because European member states don't go to the ARF or the ASEAN foreign ministers' meetings. And so they want to create another means. And I'm happy with more and more dialogues, and you're the person who talks about overloading. So, so I think we just need to find a middle way between these different things that make it work. It's really interesting to see in the last few weeks that a lot of Indo-Pacific countries have been to the BRICS summit as well, and a lot of Indo-Pacific countries have been to the G7 summits and the G7 foreign ministers meeting. So there's a lot of intermixing going on where Indo-Pacific countries are part of all of these formats. We were really happy to be at the Stockholm meeting, and my minister was very glad he went. He was just a bit sad he didn't see very many European ministers there, and he saw lots of Indo-Pacific ministers. It's interesting that I think the Japanese are creating an Indo-Pacific forum later this year, from what I've seen. And that's very much going to be political and economic business format. I think for our partners in the region, they talk to us, they say, well, we've got Shangri-La, which is actually a phenomenal forum, and lots of people come to it. Lots of European ministers come to that. And we've got the Raisina dialogue in India, which again is a fantastic forum for coming together. We just need to weigh up what works, and different things will do different things within that format. Lastly, on Myanmar, we're very glad we are supporting ASEAN, and that the UN Security Council is very clearly behind ASEAN in addressing the situation. I think that helps China quite a lot as well. I think my main observation is 2 years ago, thinking about ASEAN doing this just wouldn't have been thinkable. So actually, we've seen enormous progress in terms of how ASEAN can address rule of law, international law issues in a way that we can come together and coalesce and support.
Thank you very much. We are right on time. It's quite rare. So thank you very much for this very, very thought-provoking and stimulating session. That's really the objective of that conference, to be very frank, very honest, to provide, at the end of the day, policy recommendation. Once again, Delphine, Evan, Chris, thank you very much. We all meet again at 2 p.m. I'm looking at Thibaut to make sure, 2 p.m. Yeah, 2 p.m. for session 2. Don't leave any belonging in the room because it will remain open, etc. But see you at 2 p.m. for 2 more sessions, very exciting session, one on defense cooperation with some speaker from the EU, from the United Arab Emirates, indeed, and from the US, from Hawaii. And then the last panel on the practitioner's perspective with a senator, someone coming from the defense industry, naval, a French captain of a frigate, and more. So thank you very much, and see you at 2 p.m.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from your lunch break and to our second session for today. I'm Dale Stanley. I'm here representing the National Security College from the Australian National University. It's a pleasure to be the moderator for this session today. Our session is called A Regional Architecture Impossible to Design: The Reconfiguration of Defence and Security Cooperation. This is an opportunity for us to discuss new ideas and perspectives, and I would encourage you to do that during the question and answer session at the end. Today we have 90 minutes to hear from our very esteemed panel members, who I am joined by today. I'll introduce them now.
To my left, we have Dr. Mohammed Ibrahim Al-Dahiri. I won't read out every word of his title, but you can see that up on the slide there. I also have Dr. Emmanuel Puig, and I have David Santoro. A warm welcome to the three of you. So in our session this afternoon, we have asked our three panel members to speak briefly for around 10 minutes each. They will be discussing different perspectives around the Indo-Pacific. Mohammed will take a Gulf perspective of the French Indo-Pacific strategy. Emmanuel will look at tailored partnerships, an EU perspective of the Indo-Pacific. And David will look at making collective deterrence work in the Indo-Pacific. So welcome again, and I might start by moving to my left, first with Mohammed, please, if you would mind starting for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley. Good evening, everyone. I'll try to keep you listening because it's usually hard to concentrate after lunch, but I'll do my best. Respected guests, esteemed members of the panel, I'm deeply grateful for Inalco and their partners for this invaluable opportunity to express my thoughts on this captivating issue in front of this audience. I think it's really important, as we did within the first two sessions, to hear different perspectives from different parts of the world, because sometimes we are sitting on a table, we do understand something about the region and the politics of the region, but the people within that region have a totally different perspective on the politics of their region. As my colleague said before, sometimes regional issues should have regional solutions by also participating other players and international players. For an extended period, the Gulf region refrained from perceiving the Indo-Pacific strategy as conducive to its interests. However, the tides have turned. The Gulf region, specifically GCC and UAE, situated at the epicenter of the global economic, but also diplomatic and security dynamics, now embrace this strategy with great significance, the Indo-Pacific strategy. The world, including the Gulf countries, find itself amidst a multipolar order, if I would say. I'm sure some people would disagree with me. That is far more complex than commonly acknowledged nowadays. These rising middle powers, including those in the Gulf region, adopt a multi-aligned foreign policy to pursue, of course, their respective interests. Central to their core forces, particularly within the Gulf region, we have different interests that lies on what we call 5 C's: capital, commerce, connectivity, collaboration, and climate. Realizing the immense potential encapsulated within these 5 C's, the Gulf region acknowledges the paramount importance of the Indian and Pacific Oceans. These oceans serve as a vital links connecting the region with Asia, but also with Africa. The Gulf region duly recognized the significance of fostering a free, open, and inclusive Indo-Pacific region, safeguarding the principles of freedom of navigation, respect for international law, and the peaceful resolution of disputes. Such recognition stems from its unique geographic location, suited at the crossroads of the Indian Ocean and the Arabian Gulf. Colleagues, allow me to briefly reflect upon the relevance of the Indo-Pacific strategy for the Gulf, for our region. The Gulf region shares robust economic ties with nations spanning the Indian and the Pacific Oceans. Hence, the Indo-Pacific strategy assumes paramount importance in ensuring the region's economic prosperity, but also security. Serving as a prominent global hub for energy transition, as you all know, the Gulf region greatly relies on an Indo-Pacific strategy's mission to safeguard critical sea lines of communication, thereby ensuring the uninterrupted flow of vital energy resources. Furthermore, this strategy aligns with the Gulf's vision of economic diversification, propelling its inspiration to establish itself as a global logistics and trade hub. As a consequence, the Gulf region has witnessed a surge in engagements with key players in the Indo-Pacific region, namely India, Japan, Australia, and the United States, collectively known as the Quad. It's worth noting that other influential countries such as South Korea in East Asia and Indonesia in Southeast Asia also factor into this dynamic as well. In fact, the Gulf countries' new economic, foreign, and security policies encompass the entire world, including China, which is, as we always say, China is too big to be isolated. To effectively manage these diverse interests and partnerships, the Gulf region actively participated in a number of multilateral and minilateral frameworks. I would like to highlight some examples of the recent developments in that regard and the minilateral arrangement within that region. Firstly is the I2U2 initiative, an informal initiative, but it's flexible, an agenda-driven partnership encompassing India, Israel, United States, and the United Arab Emirates. The partnership primarily focuses on infrastructure development, food security, and clean energy. Secondly, I would like to shed the light on the UAE, France, but also India trilateral initiative, which is dedicated to forging stronger ties in defense, clean energy, and technology sectors as well. Thirdly, the Mangrove Alliance for Climate, led by the UAE, and the Indo-Pacific Parks Partnership, led by France and India, in collaboration with Sri Lanka as well, Australia, Japan, and Spain, announced at the COP27. This partnership is positioned to gain significant momentum as we progress toward COP28 in the United Arab Emirates and beyond. Lastly, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which now includes Iran as a full member, Saudi Arabia's decision to join the organization, along with the inclusion of the UAE and Kuwait as dialogue partner earlier this year, demonstrates the Gulf region's active involvement. Qatar, as well, already an observer, contributes to the organization's comprehensive scope. Furthermore, the region, and I mean the Gulf region, boasts several defense arrangements and agreements, particularly in the naval domain, with a multitude of countries. These multilateral and minilateral arrangements serve to advance economic but also security interests by fostering dialogue, building trust, and promoting cooperation among regional actors. They also facilitate joint exercises and intelligence sharing, thereby enhancing the collective defense capabilities of the participating country in the Gulf region. Most importantly, these arrangements encourage burdening sharing and the distribution of security responsibilities, reducing the region's reliance on any single external power or group of powers for its security. To conclude my remarks, let me mention some certain points that I want to stress on. While the Indo-Pacific strategy holds great appeal for the Gulf region, it's important to emphasize that the Gulf countries do not seek to align themselves with this strategy with the intent of countering any specific country or a group of countries. Having experienced the detrimental effects of superpower rivalries and competition in the past, the Gulf region is determined to avoid becoming interlinked in any such competition. Its foreign policy approach is forward-looking, and we characterized by a series of peace-promoting and reconciliation efforts in the Middle East and Asia in recent months, and also as well Africa. The Gulf region warmly welcomes initiatives such as the Saudi-led rapprochement, facilitated by China, if we could say as a new mediator in the world scene, and the Japan-South Korea reconciliation, supported by the United States as well. This approach will continue to shape the region's strategy in the foreseeable future. While it's true that the Gulf region is not homogeneous and each country has its own unique interests and strategies, their ultimate goal is remarkably similar. Against the backdrop of an evolving global order, the Gulf region rejects the notion of zero-sum games and instead seeks to explore and pursue strategies that yield mutual benefits for all parties involved. Undoubtedly, the Gulf region will face challenges in managing the complexities arising from ongoing superpower competition. Nevertheless, it remains confident that its multi-aligned foreign and security policies represent the most effective approach to overcome these evolving challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. We might move to our next speaker, Emmanuel. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank first the FRS and Inalco for giving me the opportunity of being here today, and the DGRIS as well. It feels like a odd family reunion for me. When I've been asked to contribute to this panel, I tried to figure out exactly how I would shape my contribution and tweak the topic. And so I'm gonna speak about how we redefine our Indo-Pacific strategy 2 years ago, how we define and redefine our Indo-Pacific strategy 2 years ago, and how what happened on February last year forced us to, in a way, redesign the whole approach with a new ambition. For the EU, multilateralism is in our institutional DNA. We know that it is not always easy to implement, but we know also that it works. And of course, we stand against the dynamics undermining the relevance of multilateralism. For us, it is a central pillar of our policy principles, and we are committed to defend and implement it. It is particularly true when it comes to EU-Indo-Pacific relation. So as you may have heard now, the EU intends to increase its engagement in the region, to build partnerships, to reinforce the rule-based international order, address global challenges, and lay the foundation for a sustainable economic system that could create long-term prosperity. The EU and the Indo-Pacific are natural partner regions in terms of trade and investment. The EU is a top investor, a leading provider of development cooperation, one of the biggest trading partners in the Indo-Pacific region. Trade exchange between the Indo-Pacific and Europe are higher than between any other geographical region in the world. And so I'm going to spare you the list of numbers here, but in a nutshell, we kind of have a dog in this fight, whatever the potential fight will be. So we also know that we are not a security actor, we are not a security provider, and especially in this region. But it does not mean that we are not seeking to play a role, and a constructive role, in upholding security, defending stability. And quite the opposite, in fact. As the HRVP Josep Borrell mentioned with clarity a few weeks ago in Singapore at the Shangri-La Dialogue, the war in Ukraine may have reinforced the feeling that now Europe is kind of turning inward and is limiting its global exposure, but it's quite the opposite. You can believe me because basically this is my job, or you don't believe me because exactly this is my job. But what I'm going to do today in my presentation is to shed the light on how the EU is reshaping, reconfiguring its approach to regional security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, and what are our expectations, our contributor, or as the HRVP said in Singapore, as a smart enabler for security and defense partnership. So if you want to look back at the 2021 EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, you'll find all the constitutive elements, the key pillars, the domains, the capabilities, and the ambition of EU's policy in the region. The only thing that you will potentially miss is the nature of the political resolve and the latest development in the overall implementation. Essentially because a lot of things changed after February 2022, and the way to address those changes have been conceptualized in the strategic compass and implemented in the Indo-Pacific since then. There's a lot of key takeaways in the compass, but let me underline 2 here. First, for the EU, partnership are an essential instrument to support the EU's ambition on the global stage and to make a difference when addressing security issues. Second, multilateralism, effective multilateralism, is key to uphold the rule-based order, I'm going to shout, with the UN at its core, to set the international norms and standards and contribute to peace and security. Based on those 2 principles, the key changes in our approach has been first, to develop what we call tailored partnerships. Tailored partnerships, it's the end of the one-size-fits-all approach that the EU has been developed and implemented for almost several decades. It's a maturity step. The EU, the EAS, has developed a broad range of tools, capabilities, know-how, expertise that could have a real added value for our partners. But we needed to craft the approach here, to tailor a little bit in order to meet the expectation of our partners and to have them also voice their interest and to avoid being trapped in a cooperation that didn't work, but that we needed to uphold because of political sensitivities. So the key word now is to deliver. That's the benchmark. And so far, it has been very well received and created a lot of demands from our partners. Second thing is precisely for our partners to benefit from a stronger, more aware, and more capable EU in security and defense. And here, I just want to come back for a minute on the expression smart enabler that the HRVP used at the Shangri-La Dialogue. It is a step forward because it shows a kind of evolution, a change in our approach. The EU is a security provider in Europe and in its vicinity. The scope of and the amount of our contribution and support to Ukrainian force, the 18 common security and defense policy operations that we have deployed or deploying, make the EU a real security provider. But when it comes to the Indo-Pacific, the specific nature of the strategic dynamics in the region, our capabilities there also, and the needs for our partners required a slight evolution of the overall approach as part of the implementation of the tailored partnerships. So what do we do as a smart enabler? Well, we have a threefold approach, which is operation, capacity building, and dialogues. No hierarchy here. We are implementing the 3 at the same time. So on operation, over the past few years, you know pretty well that the EU Naval Force Somalia, Operation Atalanta, successfully fought against piracy and now is conducting meaningful joint naval activities with Indo-Pacific partners, including the US. The first ever joint naval exercise took place this year, but also Japan, India, Indonesia, and Djibouti, among others. The EU will seek to conduct more joint exercises and protocol with Indo-Pacific partners, including multilateral exercises, to fight piracy, to protect freedom of navigation, while reinforcing EU naval diplomacy in the region. This also will be taken to another level with the implementation of the coordinated maritime presence concept in the region. We know that, militarily speaking, those operations do not shift any balance. But it is not the purpose. The purpose is first to fight against piracy under the Atalanta mission framework, and in the meantime to signal, to message, our enduring commitment to advertise our presence and action and to show the enduring willingness to act as a fundamental and a basis, I would say, in case of anything bad unfolding in the region. We are committed and we want to signal that. We do also some capacity building. The EU will continue to implement its program to promote regional maritime security for the partners of the Western Indian Ocean. We are seeking to extend our critical maritime route in the Indian Ocean, now Indo-Pacific, CRIMARIO capacity building project to the South Pacific. We have been implemented CRIMARIO for a few years now. It is working and gaining traction we are federating a lot of security agency and building a regional added value when it comes to addressing meaningful issues such as human trafficking, wildlife crime, EU fishing, drug trafficking, and sometimes tackling illicit flows linked to terrorism. We also encourage the consolidation of information sharing. We have a double-hatted embedded officer in regional information fusion centers. We also have a very interesting framework that has been it has been difficult to implement it, but now it is reaching a very interesting pace, which is the project Enhancing Security Cooperation in and with Asia, ESIWA, which allow us to build bilateral, trilateral, and quadrilateral framework of cooperation in a broad range of issues, such as counterterrorism, cyber, maritime security, crisis management. We also have enhanced our cooperation with partners on nuclear safety and non-proliferation, chemical and biological, on non-proliferation of chemical and biological weapons. We seek to develop multilateral initiatives on arms export control and dual-use export controls with like-minded partners. And we are working jointly with ASEAN and especially on the EU Chemical, Biological, Radiological, and Nuclear Risk Mitigation Center of Excellence. We support partners and the region in strengthening their capabilities. In this domain, for example, we have a very important delegation of a regional country that I will not name, that just ended a 3 weeks training in Europe for 20 of their experts on CBRN risk detection and mitigation. So this is part of the things that we are doing that are usually going under the radar, but that make an added value and a very important contribution for our partners. So a last word on cooperation trends. We are expanding it at a very rapid pace. This cooperation also encompasses now new domains, such as the fight or debunking and countering foreign interference and information manipulation, FIMI. We have a dedicated pool of experts in Brussels. Maybe you're aware of the website EU versus Disinfo. We have made a lot of progress, and we have developed a broad range of tools that, and we are growing in this expertise. And now this expertise is internationally recognized and created some expectation from our regional partners, and we are working alongside with them to make a difference. So in a nutshell here, and I will take obviously a lot of questions if you want, we aim to do a lot and we want to do more. You all know that the EU is a strange political animal, partially domesticated, not a state, not a federation, but a constellation of states. But these states have a lot of capabilities that we want to develop, to coordinate, and use when available in order to for the EU to become a smart enabler, investing in a shared security goal, implementing effective multilateralism both in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific. So the EU is not aiming at driving systemic changes, but we are seeking to mitigate and counter the disruptive dynamics that are currently taking place. We intend to do that in a smart, resolute, better, and effective way. Thank you.
Thank you, Emmanuel. We'll just move down to David. Thanks, David.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. Let me begin by thanking the organizers, FRS and Inalco, for this event. Very grateful to be back in Paris. So my name is David Santoro, and I'm president of the Pacific Forum, which I thought I'd introduce a little bit. It's essentially a foreign policy think tank based in Honolulu, where we focus on Indo-Pacific security, primarily strategic studies. Well, I grew up here, so I'm trying to sort of inject a little bit more of Europe into the Indo-Pacific. But here what I want to talk about is a project that I'm actually finishing, which is focused on making collective deterrence and defense work in the Indo-Pacific. And you'll see that it's got primarily a US angle, a US perspective on how we can do collective defense and deterrence better. So I'll start with, I think, a little bit of background on the project itself to give you context, and then I'll go into the key findings from that meeting. So essentially, we ran a track 1.5 meeting in Tokyo in February this year with representatives from the US, Australia, Japan, South Korea, and then the United Kingdom. And we assumed that these 4 players plus the United States were essentially the most military capable and most enthusiastic US allies. And we wanted to see with those 4 states how we could do collective deterrence a little better. And essentially we had 3 goals. One was, again, to bring together scholars and experts from like-minded countries and focus on deterrence issues relevant to the Indo-Pacific. So that was number 1. Number 2, explore ways that we could strengthen cooperation among these countries on these particular deterrence topics to try and build a more robust regional security architecture, and in particular to deter conflict with China. And then number 3, the goal was to create a core group of people to essentially influence scholars and thinkers from other countries that are less military capable, less active, and probably also less aligned with the United States. And so the approach that we've taken for this is essentially an approach that has concentric circles. So we view the 5 countries as the inner circle, again, as the most capable military, the most military capable states, and the most engaged US partners with an interest in beefing up the Indo-Pacific security and deterrence of China. And then we would sort of go out and reach out to other states to try and, again, work out a way that we can do collective deterrence better. Let me now turn to the key findings, and I'll hit 10 key findings. I'll be fast, but I want to sort of let you know about essentially what came out of it. And I'll just focus on the findings. I won't actually get into recommendations because I think this is where we can engage with the audience. So number 1, what we've discovered is that the 5 countries essentially agree on Chinese intentions. They agree that Beijing seems committed to rewriting the regional security order in its image, although there are differences in assessing how far China will go to advance its interests, the priority that partners assign to various interests, and thus how they will respond to contingencies, including red lines. So that's number 1. Number 2, the 5 countries in the project are all modernizing their security establishments, they're acquiring new military capabilities, and they're demonstrating a readiness to do more for national but also for collective defense. That said, we've discovered that there is a need to expand and deepen defense cooperation in Southeast Asia and in Europe, given the magnitude of the China challenge. The problem, and I think this was discussed in the first panel this morning, is that larger coalitions are not necessarily better. To maintain flexibility and coherence for collective deterrence and defense, especially in a crisis, then it might be better to essentially focus on countries that are most aligned with the United States, at least from a US perspective. And so the message is, do not seek cooperation for cooperation's sake, but focus on efficacy. So this is finding number 2. Number 3, there are no mechanisms right now to coordinate defense cooperation across US alliances and among the new partnerships that the US is trying to develop. Yet those mechanisms are essential given the growing capabilities in the region, and the defense establishments must anticipate simultaneous, multidimensional, and very complex crises. Number 4, critical to effective deterrence and defense is a new division of labor among the United States and its allies. And the problem we've discovered is really we don't know what that means. We don't know what division of labor we need and how it would be decided. The problem is that failure to divide labor essentially risks overstretching the United States and its partners. So we need to do this, we just don't know how to do it. Number 5, the United States faces dilemmas as it's dealing, it's trying to promote collective deterrence and defense. On the one hand, US allies want more US leadership, but also not too much. And so from a US perspective, if it's acting too forcefully, then it could essentially lead to triggering accusation of not respecting allied prerogatives. But on the other hand, letting allies essentially do more risks also prompting charges that the United States is failing to lead. And so this is a dilemma that in Washington right now we haven't resolved. Number 6, and I mentioned that a little bit, there is a tension between efficacy on the one hand, which is essentially encouraging allies to do more, and to do more particularly in their backyard, and insisting on the so-called indivisibility of security, that essentially a contingency somewhere has consequences everywhere, and should therefore trigger some allied actions. That, again, is a problem we haven't resolved. Number 7, effective deterrence and defense is best done if the United States and its allies focus first on strategic integration and then follow with institutional and tactical integration. And I think while gray zone contingencies are a concern, I think right now the focus should be on high-end strategic deterrence, which has been neglected. And as we're entering a more tense security environment among major powers, this is where we need to focus. I would add as well that in addition, we need to expand our approach to deterrence and include certainly more military domain, but also look at it from an economic standpoint. Number 8, and this is not surprising, it's not going to be a surprise to anybody, but Taiwan is clearly China's overriding concern and would thus be China's primary focus in virtually any contingency in Asia. Even if you have multiple crises, what we've discovered or confirmed is that China would focus on a Taiwan problem first. Number 9, in a crisis, China will do its very best to identify seams in the thinking and responses of the United States and its allies and do its utmost to exploit them. China also benefits clearly from advantages vis-à-vis the United States. There is an asymmetry of stakes and of geography in China's favor. And relatedly, US allies tend to view the United States as an outside power in the Indo-Pacific. So the United States, in other words, is in the theater by choice, not by geography. And clearly that weighs on allies' policy and responses. And then finally, just a little bit on each of the 4 allies. Well, clearly Australia has adapted, it is adapting, in fact, its military posture to enhance national defense and advance collective deterrence and defense in the Indo-Pacific. Japan is ready to play a much bigger role in the provision of regional security, and it's improving its ability to do that. That said, the evolution encounters no pushback from the region, except from China. But in a crisis, there is still profound, if not excessive, emphasis on legal issues from a Japanese perspective. Despite many reports, South Korea shares with the United States and its allies a concern about China, but remains primarily focused on the Korean Peninsula. Seoul is concerned about U.S. commitment to its defense in the event of a crisis, especially one in which U.S. forces address multiple contingencies, again, because they have a concern about China, but particularly about the Korean Peninsula. And then the UK, currently, and I think for the foreseeable future, will have a more limited role in an Indo-Pacific crisis, and that role would primarily focus on backfilling equipment and roles in other regions. In addition, while the trajectory of UK policy indicates a deeper involvement in the region's defense, it's, at least in the project we've led, it hasn't been clear that the UK public has an appetite for active engagement. And so I'll leave it at that. There's a lot more I could say, but for the sake of time, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you to all of our panel members. Really different and interesting presentations. And now is the opportunity to open the floor to this auditorium for you to ask the panel members some questions. I will open the floor. Who would like to go first? I think we're all probably very interested, David, in the findings of your research, but let's open the floor first and see if we have some questions. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I guess one very short question to David about the UK, because it's the most surprising partner, or why did you choose the UK? Was it just AUKUS, or did you foresee that minor role that the UK would play in this set of countries, or was it a surprise?
It was a challenge to pick partners. Okay. Yes, AUKUS certainly played a role in the decision to pick the UK, but it was not the only thing. Looking back, and this is not to downplay the role that the UK is playing, but I think looking back, what I've realized is that if I have only 5 countries to pick, I probably would have picked the Philippines. Again, not to say that the UK doesn't have a good role to play. It certainly did. But I think in terms of, the scenario we ran was essentially multiple contingencies. One on Taiwan, South China Sea, and several others. And having the Filipino view, outlook, and decisions on what Manila does and does not do probably would have been more useful. But to answer your question directly, yes, AUKUS played a role.
David, I might follow that by asking, on the scenarios, how far into the future did you go with your scenarios?
Not too long, 6 months.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, something very current. I mean, the goal was to try and see where we are right now, what we're missing, and then therefore what we need to do right now to essentially get to where we need to be.
And all countries involved, there was consensus on the 10 points, or they were just points that came away from the 1.5%?
So those are essentially my key findings. Okay. I was not playing on anyone's team, so I was, going around trying to collect, and so that's really my general impression. No one has validated, those findings.
We have a question up the back. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. David Centro, in your study, how would you address other Far East partners?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
How would you consider engaging with your approach to other Five Eyes countries, Canada and New Zealand mainly?
So the next concentric circle is it's yet to be defined. This is a little challenging. I mean, clearly, in the next circle, we would have, because it's a very U.S. focused project, we would have to include the Philippines and Thailand, because the Philippines is a treaty ally. And then Thailand is not a treaty ally, but is still considered an ally of the United States. Increasingly we've been discussing India and Vietnam as options as well, but we haven't defined it yet. So, but certainly the Philippines and Thailand would be part of the next group.
Thank you.
Hello, Sagibo Delamot, professor here at Inalco, Japanese Studies and Security, Political Science. I would have a couple of questions, perhaps for Emmanuel Puig. Would you tell us a little more about the tailored partnerships, please, by contrast with what existed before? And another question for Dr. Al-Dahiri, please. We had an interesting session this morning where the position of the Southeast Asian states was explained, and where it was interesting to notice that, to hear that states in the region did not feel like making choices or seeing their alternatives narrowed down. How does that debate reflect in your region? Is that something you find as well? Thank you very much.
Emmanuel, thanks.
Thank you, Gibbo, for this question. So the fact that we needed a tailored approach to implement our partnership came from the fact that we did an assessment, an overall assessment of what we were able to deliver, and after almost a decade of implementation, what were the results, and we needed to change things to make it better, I would say. And so the idea of when we worked on the compass and how to make things better and to focus on delivering, we started to compare notes on what were the feedback from our partners on the broad range of security cooperation that we had with almost all of them. And the fact that we saw that even though politically it was difficult to cut the things and to kill the cooperation that weren't working or going anywhere, which is sometimes the case, we needed also in the meantime to redefine our relation with our partners, to redefine the basics, meaning that a cooperation has to go both ways. It's a two-way street, and so we both sides have to take something out of it. And so we change gear, we change the overall approach, and we tend to advertise a little, I would say, to craft and to advertise differently the things that we were able to deliver over the short terms. And so we rewrote the whole menu in a way. And we started to a broad range of consultation with our Indo-Pacific partners, having in mind, following the strategic compass, that there was a hierarchy between our partners, and based on their appetite, their willingness, our appetite, our willingness, and our needs, the overall balance, and I would say the overall hierarchy had evolved. And so we now have several categories or domain with our partners, and we are listening to them and making efforts where they want to seek and implement cooperation with us.
Thank you, Doctor. I mean, it's such an interesting question. Within the region, we do believe that picking a side is not something easy, and it's not something that we are looking for, especially with the new dynamics within the world. I mentioned that the world is becoming multipolar. Some people will debate that, but also the region, the Gulf region, including UAE, is located in a geographic place where we talk to every single one. We are energy producers, so we need Asia, but also we need US, we need EU. We will host COP28, and we believe a climate change issue is something that you cannot solve it as a country, but also as a collective international world coming together to solve it. In terms of the Indo-Pacific, if I give an example of UAE, we are engaged in many lateral engagements with different countries, either India, Israel, US, Australia. Picking a side is not something that we aligned with our policies, either economic or policy. And UAE, as an example, is such a unique example. We do communicate with Iran, but also we do communicate with Israel, and we have relations with them. We do have strategic relations with the US, but also we have long-standing strategic relations with China. We do speak to people in Africa, but also people in UAE have existence in Africa. We do speak to India and China, and there is always a sort of a competition with between them, but we do speak to them both and have relations with them both. A couple of days ago, Her Excellency Mariam Lamheri, a minister in UAE, was in a meeting with Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, discussing how we can cooperate more and find solution to the war. Today, our president met Putin in St. Petersburg. So we are in a situation where we do speak with every single one, because our aim is to diversify our relations, but also to play a role as a mediator whenever we can, and building trust between the region. So this is the vision and the goal of the region, of the Gulf region, including UAE as well, which is applicable also to the Indo-Pacific.
Antoine?
Thank you very much for all of your presentation. My first question is on the very concept of security, not defense, but very security. Most of the time when we talk about Indo-Pacific, we just focus on military security, indeed, but so security is of course much more comprehensive than that. How do we make sure to have a very comprehensive overview of security, including human security, environmental security, economic security? And is it something in your respective position that you're addressing, how to have that very comprehensive overview? Second, to go back on what Emmanuel mentioned on smart enabler, there is a whole debate on how do we improve and build capacities of the countries in the region, and how do we assist, do we contribute? We have sometimes the expertise, sometimes the resources. So to the EU and to the UAE, I would say, who are your top partner in terms of building capacity in third country? So do you think that EU and UAE, France and UAE could together help contribute in building up capacities in third countries in the region? And if so, in what field do you consider that there is the biggest room for cooperation? And thank you once again for your presentation.
A lot to unpack. Okay, so just to address the issue of broadening the scope and developing, I would say, a holistic approach to security. Yes, but for us, it has been a need, and it has been it has been a reality, because the EU is not a military power. We cannot focus on defense issue. We cannot provide any defense capability. And it's not the purpose of the EU in any way. But in the meantime, because we are an economic and financial power, because we are a norm setter, because we are investing in a broad range of domains which are which could be conceptualized under the so-called non-traditional security issues, such as cyber, environmental protection, but also maritime security, space also. We tend to develop a broad range of expertise and to focus on problem solving in all those domains. Obviously, the problem is coordination, as always, and especially in the EU, between the EAS, the Commission, and the work of the Commission and the work of the EAS. It is a daily fight, but it's not a surprise. But we are working on coordination. We are working on coherence, and there is less and less discrepancy, or at least it's very difficult to find ones. And we are heading the same way. So to go back on the origin of your question, by definition, I would say the approach as a smart enabler is to provide an added value in all those non-traditional security domains, and this is precisely what you need to expect from the EU now. Having an expertise and an added value, and being a committed contributor for our partnerships in this domain. Yep, that's pretty much it.
To add on that, I think the answer has two angles from my side. One of them is partnering with EU, but also bilaterally or trilaterally with countries within UAE. which, to be super frank, it's easier sometimes. Because as Emmanuel described, EU has different institutions where you need to have a common ground and agree on certain things. As you mentioned, you cannot isolate security from economic, from prosperity, from food security. It has different pillars. I think UE and France and certain EU partners has a successful stories, either in countering extremism and terrorism in Africa, for example. We have amazing examples in training women under the UN, but also joining France and other countries countering extremism and terrorism in Africa. But regarding the Indo-Pacific, we can see opportunities, more of an economic opportunities, where we can work together on renewable energies, for example, where we both countries, not only France but EU as a bloc, have the expertise. UE also has huge investments from east to west, from small islands to Egypt, other countries in terms of renewable energy, which we can also work with the Indo-Pacific region. And actually we have the I2U2, which India is part of it, and part of it is the work in the field of renewable energy, which we can work in with France and other partners within the EU or as a bloc. Food security is another thing that we can work on it. And also the capacity building in general. Both of us have best practices, either governing practices or training practices, which we can work in and transfer it to the region in a way or another. So what I mean, there are different fields that we can work on together. I can fit them all under the theme of prosperity for the region, which is a sum conclusion. It's not a zero sum, it's sum for partners, but also to the stakeholders within the Indo-Pacific region as well.
Yeah, thank you, Antoine. What I would say, I guess, is that it's very difficult from a US perspective, because the US has a very militarily focused approach to deterrence, always has had that approach. I think bringing new people in government would be important. Better integration of people from various domains, and I think encouraging more work with different partners, which is similar to what you both have said. I think that would help, but it's very, very difficult. I mean, the US still primarily see deterrence as a military tool. And to your second question about partnering, it's a little difficult from a US perspective, because on the one hand, we say that we want more burden sharing, but on the other hand, the United States is always reluctant to share as much for fear that it will lose control. And it's especially the case in the Indo-Pacific. I think in the NATO context, or the European context, after the Second World War, you could really see an attempt to build a collective approach to defense and deterrence. I mean, you've got the institution for it. Whereas in the Indo-Pacific or in Asia, the goal was more to retain control, to keep allies in control, because the primary theater, as you know, was Europe. And so you still have the legacy of that in the Indo-Pacific. So my view is that, if we want to do more burden sharing, we need to accept the risks that come with it. And that means trusting your partners to do more, and therefore to do things that you don't necessarily agree with. But I think it really requires a mindset change in the US system, and it's going to take time.
Thanks, David. I think we have a question from the audience. Thank you.
Sorry, David Cameron from Sciences Po again. Sorry to play the devil's advocate again, but I think it's my role. Up until the Obama administration, with the pivot, created something called the Trans-Pacific Partnership. 3 days after Trump was elected, he withdrew the US from that partnership. So one of the weaknesses in the US in the Indo-Pacific, the whole strategy, is the economic dimension, the economic diplomacy. So how can you square the circle over the fact that the Buy American Act and the American Reconstruction Act and increasing American protectionism is denying the countries of the Indo-Pacific what they most want, which is access to the American market. So how do you square the circle between American protectionism and at the same time developing partnerships? The Indo-Pacific Economic Framework is considered a rather poor consolation prize by most observers.
So I'm not going to try and defend the lack of U.S. trade policy. I agree. I mean, I agree that it's very, very difficult. I don't think that the U.S. can properly square that circle without something a lot more significant than IPEF. And I also think that the TPP or a new TPP is basically dead. Clearly, there's no appetite for it in the U.S. system, whether you have a Republican or Democrat administration. That's not going to matter. But I mean, so I take your point. I think that this is very, very difficult. And I think right now, again, everybody in Washington recognizes the need for a trade policy, but there is no impulse to change the current direction, which is essentially, we've given up on TPP, clearly have. And there is no horizon where it will be revived. IPEF could be improved. I'm hopeful that that framework can be something that the administration and then future administrations can build on. But this is, as you said, clearly Indo-Pacific countries want access to the U.S. market, and that's not IPEF does not give that. So.
Thanks, David. Any more questions from the room? Please don't be shy. It's an opportunity to ask what's on your mind of our experts. Yes, thank you up the back.
Thank you. Sorry, I have a question for you, David. A question regarding the rapprochement of Japan and South Korea, which are very close allies of US, and to assess or to ask you about the perspective of a more operational integration between the three of them. According to the fact that we are, coming from a zero level when it came to common exercise or any, I will say, cooperation between Japan and South Korea, and having in mind both limitation of the two armed forces when it came to Japan, you know that, but also regarding, I will say, the absence of leadership in the command of control of their armed forces in time of crisis when it came to South Korea. So it seems to me that there is a lot of obstacle.
Sure. So there's a lot in your question. I would start by saying yes, that right now the picture is actually looking good for Japan-Korea cooperation on a number of issues. Certainly security matters. That's number one. Number two, I don't know how far we can go. And I think that the node will still be the United States. That particularly for issues that touch on deterrence and defense, what I've heard is more coordination between the two alliances, so US-Japan, US-Korea, with the United States making the link, than direct cooperation between Japan and Korea. So that's, again, we'll have to see how much can be done, but I think this is from an extended deterrence perspective. We talk sometimes about trilateralizing the relationship, and I think this is basically how it's going to have to go. So that's number two. Number three, I would say that you're more likely to see cooperation between the three or the two over the Korean peninsula than about China. And the reason is that Japan is primarily concerned by China, but South Korea is primarily concerned by North Korea. And so where the two can engage better is essentially on North Korea, because both see North Korea as a problem. China is a little bit more difficult. Doesn't mean nothing can be done, but it means that the type of cooperation that can be done is a little bit more limited.
We'll just go to a question up the back, and then I'll come
Yes.
down the front again. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for the presentations. My name is Paul Archambault, and I am working at the DGRIS. And I'd like to ask you, Dr. Puig, how do the countries of the Indian Ocean perceive the concept of coordinating maritime presence, and what do you think of the effectiveness of its implementation in the Indian Ocean?
So what do they think of it? Coming from the one we talk with, it is well received. We still have to implement it. We still have to build it as an experience, and we have to make it operationally consequent, because so far it's a very recent aspiration. It takes a lot of time and resources to implement. We have made a tour of third countries partners, and there's a lot of them which are actually very interested in contributing, but we still have some homework to do, to be honest with you. But the implementation is ongoing. We still have to figure out exactly how to articulate it with Atalanta, MSO, for example. But it's an ambition. We are committed, and as I said, this is a format and an initiative that we want to duplicate. It worked very well in the Gulf of Guinea. As you know, the strategic landscape in the western part of the Indian Ocean is slightly different, maybe a little more demanding, militarily speaking. So there were some bumps in the road, but the commitment to implement it is there, and the willingness to join us in implementing it by some regional partners is also there. So it's a matter of time and a matter of human resources, I would say.
Okay, have we got any other questions from the audience? Oh, down the front, I apologize.
Just wanted a brief comment, if I may, to add on to David's answer to Marianne. Just maybe the other element, really. I mean, or rather, the question was it with respect to bilateral cooperation between Japan and South Korea would be, I'd say, for how long? Because we have President Yoon for now, and that works well. But then, provided if somebody, a Democrat president, comes along again, then we don't know what will happen. That could be compromised again. That was just short comments. Thanks very much.
Thank you. As a follow-up, we also have quite often a very top-down approach of security and defense. We see in many countries the need to listen very, very closely to the voices of the people, etc., and especially in the South Pacific or else. And how do we make sure to reconcile, in a way, this very top-down approach from the biggest states in the region, the major powers, but also the voices of the people on the ground that consider that climate change is maybe more important than great power rivalry. How do we make sure to integrate this kind of perspective from the local people, be it in Australia, be it in the South Pacific overall, etc.? And how do you have kind of format of cooperation, to get back to the question of multilateralism in the format, in which these views are fully integrated? Because we have these kind of major conferences with ministers coming, head of government, head of state, etc. But most of the time you don't have NGOs, you don't have activist group working on these issues. So how do we make sure to get their voices heard and get the perspective taken into consideration in the way we designed our own policy, cooperation formats, etc.?
I guess this is for me because regarding deterrence, I'm not sure that. Well, this is something that the EU has always been aware of and trying to foster. We have built a lot of people-to-people connections. We are trying to kind of spread our antennas everywhere and being aware of the trends, the preoccupation, the worries of the peoples in those regions. So we have also a broad range of NGOs which are very precious in gathering information, spreading awareness. And so it is. I mean, we are not lacking information, but after that, obviously, the problem is how to integrate it, manage it, and make it useful for policymaking. For sure, the EU has always been committed in human rights, in all the I would say environmental security issues. So this is something that we are paying a lot of attention to. There are dedicated commissions and directorate in the Commission for these issues. So it is something that we are taking into account. After that, in the process, I don't know. I'm unable to make an assessment of the effectiveness of taking those aspects into account. But this, I can assure you that this is something that we are bringing into the mix, and we are keeping on focusing
on. I'll be a bit less diplomatic than Emmanuel. So I totally agree there is a lack of engaging people on the ground or people-to-people into solving international challenges. I think it's normally track one diplomacy where politicians, government to government come together to discuss issues related to people on the ground. I think the solution could be to more do track 1.5 or 2 of diplomacy, where you engage more people to people, but also expert to experts, NGOs to NGOs, but also private sector with the government, which I think we need to do it more. It's even to the level to engage youth more. I mean, part of COP28 is to have a youth dialogue on climate change, where, I mean, they are the future, they are the next generations. You need to engage them from early stages to put a solution. I mean, within the first panel, they mentioned that they couldn't find a woman to speak within the panel. We need also more women contribution to the solutions. So I think to get track 1.5 or 2 of diplomacy effective and engage people on the ground more and more, but also private sector, NGOs, youth, women, so forth and so on.
David?
I'll just add something. I think full integration is probably too ambitious, but certainly multiple layers of engagement is the way to go. I really like your comment about youth engagement, and I think next generation training and engagement, even if it's not training, if you invite next gen to track 1, track 1.5, track 2, we have to do this a lot more. And so, I mean, this is something that we're trying to do at Pacific Forum, but this has got to be like, it's got to become the norm. Otherwise, whatever we build today is not going to last. So.
I would probably just add to that, if I may, an Australian perspective, building on Mohammed's comment about intergenerational fairness. It's a futures term that we do use about thinking about the long term, and I think that's really important when we think about the Pacific and climate change and the loss of culture and tradition, and that long-term lens about how our policies today will impact on the next 20 and 30 years' time. Bringing in that generational perspective is so important. I know I have some Australian colleagues in the audience who may like to make comment on Australia's enthusiasm with engaging in the Pacific at the moment, so it's a real focus of government. Any other questions from the audience? Marcus.
I'm just going to pick up on what you just said, Dale. I think Australia doesn't do everything perfectly. And in the Pacific, we have a very strong relationship with Pacific Island countries, but in defense and security cooperation, which has been my background for the last few years, I think what we've seen in terms of going to Antoine's question in terms of cooperation is having to have people on the ground. I think we have perhaps seen other countries come into the region where it's just all too fast. You expect to arrive and then have a relationship set up instantly, but actually you need to build those people-to-people links, engaging with NGOs, and it's difficult, but it takes time. But I think we're seeing that it's working in the Pacific. Thanks.
Emmanuel, I was going to ask you if you had a particular case study that you could talk to about partnerships and success, or lessons learned around tailoring your partnerships. You mentioned it's a maturity and different stages, but today is about delving into being curious and understanding what's working and what's not working. Is there a particular example that you might be able to give?
Yes. Well, there's in the broad range of things that we are implementing, I think that because it's trendy and it's definitely one of the key issues right now, the way that we developed our coordination mechanism and response mechanism to address foreign interference and information and manipulation information. So I mentioned that briefly, but we have been doing this for 3 years now, and we have built a real capability, a strong methodology of the administration of who is the original voice, how the message is spread, etc., etc. The attribution mechanism. We've made a lot of effort in building a very, very strong methodology. And now, because basically we have done our homework, we are spurring interest from our partners in sharing our methodology, lessons learned, awareness, and to help them build their own tools. But also in the meantime, building exchanges and creating framework under which experts will be able to continue sharing, expanding their knowledge, and be more effective in dealing with this challenge. So this is one of several aspects that we are currently developing, and that is very, very successful. There are several others. We mentioned CMP. CMP is slowly making progress. It is slow, but I'm sure it will be effective. And there is 2 other areas, but they are very sensitive, and I'm not at liberty to go too deep here. But cyber. Regarding our investment in tackling hybrid operations and countering information manipulation, we also made a huge progress in cyber countering cyber activities. We have a toolbox dedicated. We also contributed to we have a space strategy now, and all elements related to space situation awareness, and we have developed our capabilities, and by developing our capabilities, we are kind of raising the interest of potential partners. So it's when I spoke about maturity is also the fact that maybe during COVID and the fact that we kind of cut the relation, but we're still working at home. We build our expertise, we build up our confidence, our tools, our mechanisms, and now, when we want to advertise them, it's more relevant. It's more relevant and more useful to our partners.
Very brief follow-up on that, on the successes, to get a clear example of and case studies, etc. If you could name one security forum or security dialogue in the region that is working well, be it at the regional level, sub-regional level, which one would you pick and why? Because once again, there is a proliferation of dialogue, of forum, etc., with very little benchmarking on why some of them are useful, why some of them are just have become just like talk shop and also what is a good security forum? Why? If we want to create another one.
Manuel and then David.
Yeah, sorry. The answer will be very easy for me because I will have to play for my team. I think what will become a good and effective security forum is the Schuman Security Forum. That we hold the first session in March this year. And this is something that we're gonna host next year also. So it was one of the key deliverables of the strategic compass, the capability of not creating a new Munich Security Forum, but something dedicated to our partners. So it's the Schuman Partnership Forum, and it will be a very effective way for the EU to bring all its partners together, to share assessment, to share political commitments, and to also signal a message willingness. So this is the first session was held earlier this year. The next session will be in May 2024. And it will be annual after that, and we hope that it will gain attention and traction. Well, and to be fair and honest, I think because I was there 2 weeks ago, I think the benchmark is still the Shangri-La dialogue, of course. But it's an aspiration, so it's good. It's a good thing.
So easy question, right? So what is a good security forum? I would say one that produces results. I mean, it sounds obvious, but in Asia, it actually matters because a lot of these meetings sometimes meet to just meet. They meet to just meet. So, one that has concrete, practical deliverables, I think that would be one aspect. The other one, I would say, one that multilateralizes engagement. Because too often it's been about these big sort of security forums, so you have everybody, and then bilateral engagement. And so one that sort of strikes in the middle probably is more likely to be effective, so therefore delivering results, and transform a little bit the security architecture in a way that we need, that needs to happen. And so I would point to probably the trilateral security strategic dialogue between the US, Australia, and Japan. If I have to pick one, that's the one I would pick. So, and I think, the progress that has been made in that dialogue has been possible because of a forum like the Quad. It's made trilateral engagement a lot more acceptable in the region. Just because you have a Quad, therefore you can have trilats. It's made it possible. I would point to that.
I can see that you are seeing me, so you are waiting for an answer. I don't really will pick a dialogue or a forum to say it's successful or it's. David said most of it, and Emmanuel as well. But I think it's the circumstances of establishing a dialogue or a forum. When countries, governments comes together to solve a clear issue with a clear guidance and end goal, they will always succeed. If I mention an example, it's not a forum or a dialogue, but it's a coalition against ISIS, where several countries came together to counter not only ISIS on the ground from a security perspective, but also the narrative of ISIS. They did an amazing job in Iraq and Syria. They are still facing certain issues in Africa or other places, but it was a group of countries coming for a specific reason with a clear mandate toward a clear end goal. And they sort of did a good job in that.
I think there's always the challenge of bringing diversity of thought together and how you get the different layers of government talking, industry, academia, that perfect mix. I don't know that there is an answer, but it's certainly the ambition. I think we've got time for probably one last question, one or two last questions, if there's anything from the room. It's your last opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a question for David. Well, I'm French senator, so it would be a little bit provocative. I would like to know at which rank, in which circle of cooperation you will put France, at the 5th, 6th, or 7th circle, because I think you have to be clear. It seems to be complex for the United States in the area to collaborate with France. I don't criticize your point of view, but how you evaluate the possible real cooperation? We have good cooperation in Ukraine or in Africa. So what about the Pacific area? Thank you.
If it was just up to me, it would be in the first category. So there you go. But I'm actually serious. I think this is, one of the recommendations at the end of the project was, well, it was great to have the UK. Maybe we should have France as well, because France does a lot in the region. It's not really well known. It's not really well appreciated. Well, and I think, in many ways, nice to meet you. In many ways, this is something that the United States needs to know a lot more about what France is doing in the region. And I think, you have people who actually know because they're working directly with French authorities. But I think there's a need to elevate that relationship a little bit. So, no, I would like to include France in that project. The other thing I'll say as well is that, and I guess this is back to the point I was making to Antoine earlier, the United States likes to have followers. And so it's very difficult from a US standpoint to deal with a country that wants to maintain its strategic autonomy. It doesn't mean that it's impossible, but it means that it's more difficult. And so you see, for instance, next week, Prime Minister Modi will be in Washington, White House, and give a second address at the Congress. And everyone is actually excited about the relationship with India. I tend to think that it's not too dissimilar to the relationship that the United States has or has had with France, whereby India wants to maintain its strategic autonomy. And therefore, if you accept that from the get-go, then you can build a very strong relationship with India, with France, just you accept that not all interests will align, and you engage where engagement is possible. There's obviously a lot more differences between France and India, but the point is, focus on mutual interest, and where there is interest, you can cooperate. But again, this is not in the US DNA, which wants to rally everybody between the US leadership, quote unquote. So it's a little difficult.
Thanks, David. Perhaps phase 2 of your research project could include France and its territories. Okay. Any final questions from the room? Okay. I'd like to thank my panel members. Please join me in thanking them. Thank you, everyone.
So thank you again. I'm Marianne Pérondoise. I'm a research associate at IRIS, and I would like, first of all, to thank very warmly FRS and INALCO for inviting me to this wonderful event. I have the pleasure to moderate the session number 3 of this conference day, which title is Who's Behind Multilateralism in the Indo-Pacific? Practitioner Perspective on Regional Cooperation. And we will have 4 presentations for a time slot of 1 hour and a half, which will allow us to have exchange and stimulating discussion, I hope. And this is why I will remind my dear panelists to stay and to stick to 10 minutes presentation. And the speaker will share their respective experience, and each of them in their field of activities. And we have finally political, academic, industrial, and military representatives. So we can rely on a very large amount of lessons learned and best practice. So because we would like to give a tone, an operational tone, and we would like to have in the discussion more avenue to discuss about precisely this notion of lessons learned coming by the experience of our panelists. So I'm going to introduce first Senator André Gattoli, Senator from the Hauts-de-Seine and Vice President of the Senate Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defense and Armed Force. And Senator, you have been in your post for Hauts-de-Seine since 2011. But you are also Vice President of the Foreign Affairs, Defense and Armed Force, but Vice President of the Senate European Affairs Committee also since 2014. And you are also conducting in parallel to this political career, an academic career. You have a doctorate in information science, if I'm not confusing. Information science, and you were a lecturer in information and communication at Sciences Po Paris from 1988 to 1996, and you still have information science lecture at La Sorbonne Nouvelle. So the floor is yours, Senator, for 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. I would like to also take the opportunity to welcome the presence of my very good friend, Senator Teva Rohrfrisch, a senator for French Polynesia, and I'm very happy to see him. And we are 2 senators in this room. This is rare for an academic meeting, but it's a good thing. I would say it's a great honor for me to take part in this discussion in the presence of renowned specialists. My presence here is above all justified by my position, as it has been said, as the French parliamentarian vice chair of the Senate Foreign Committee. It is in this capacity that I can be considered by you as a practitioner of the multilateral issues at stake in France's Indo-Pacific policy. It is very flattering. But to be honest, I must admit that the place assigned to a French parliamentarian is far more modest than you might imagine in the definition and the conduct of France's foreign policy. There are 2 main reasons for that. The first one is due to the very narrow scope of powers given by the French Constitution to parliamentarians in matters of foreign policy. The prerogatives vested in the head of state and the executive are particularly predominant in the field of international relations and defense. While parliamentary diplomacy is highly developed in the United States and other European countries, it remains very elusive in France. The case of France's Indo-Pacific policy is, I think, a good illustration of that point. Under the impetus of the President of the Republic, France began in 2017 to develop its own Indo-Pacific policy, which in several stages led to the official publication in February 2022 of a document entitled French Strategy in the Indo-Pacific. Unfortunately, the process that led to its elaboration
did not involve any co-development with Parliament. It was only after the publication of this strategy that the Parliament really began to take up the subject, with the publication first last year of a report by the National Assembly entitled The Indo-Pacific Region, Challenges and Strategy for France, and another report published earlier this year by the Senate entitled The French Strategy for Indo-Pacific Region, From Ambitions to Reality. I am fortunate to be co-author with 5 other senators from various political areas of this last report, which is, I must say, most critical in tone than the National Assembly report. As such, I was able to make a fairly long trip into the area in September last year, which enabled me to enrich my knowledge of some countries that make up this vast area. The second reason why parliamentarians play such a limited role in shaping our national Indo-Pacific policy is due to our relatively poor knowledge of this region. None of us among the parliamentarians can claim today, despite our occasional work on the matter, to be a real specialist of the Indo-Pacific. Perhaps expect my friend, but some more Pacific topics. We remain extremely dependent on the official information provided to us by our diplomats, and I must admit we are often too reluctant to turn to the academic world and researchers to get some different information and different thinking. What also contributes to our delicate appreciation of the subject as vast and complex as the Indo-Pacific is our difficulty in moving away from one of the foundations of the parliamentary diplomacy that has prevailed in France for several decades, that of a novelly bilateral approach to international relations. We've kept to the old logic of parliamentary friendship group divided by country, ignoring multilateral issues and geopolitical approach to the world's major regions. How can we approach the question of the Indo-Pacific, if it is truly a relevant division, we can talk about that, through a so fragmented view? In our defense, our parliamentary deficit in terms of multilateralism approach to the region merely reproduces France's official diplomacy in the Indo-Pacific. Because beyond rhetoric, Paris action in this vast zone is still largely based on various bilateral agreements and cooperation. Multilateralism is more an incantation than a political reality. As we wrote in another Senate report, we must rather talk of multilateralism than effective multilateralism. It was partly in response to this fragmentation of territorial approaches that 3 years ago, a cross-party group of legislators created the Interparliamentary Alliance on China. This informal network, of which I'm co-chair, now comprises 258 parliamentarians from 30 countries around the world working together to counter the rise of Chinese power, its repressive policy on its own territory, and its policies of interference both in the Indo-Pacific and in the rest of the world. It is an original approach which, in addition to some fine political success, as blocking the comprehensive agreement on investment between Europe and China, this original approach which enables each our members to exchange intensively with their colleagues, particularly those involved in the Indo-Pacific. As Senate Special Reporter 2 years ago on foreign states' interferences on academic and scientific research, I can testify all my IPAC membership has been extremely useful for my in-depth investigation to demonstrate the Chinese assertiveness in this area. Because, like it or not, China is at the heart of any real reflection on the Indo-Pacific. The concept of the Indo-Pacific emerged in 2007 when Japanese Prime Minister Mr. Shinzo Abe addressed the Indian Parliament to highlight the confluence of the Indian and Pacific Ocean. The concept aimed at this time to offer a broader vision of, of what was previously known as Asia-Pacific. From 2010 onwards, the United States reappropriated the terms Indo-Pacific, this time with a clear aim of containing Chinese power. China, of course, is vehemently opposed to such a concept, even if it is often mixed with other less sensitive objectives, such as region economic development, fight against climate change, or health prevention. It is this approach, devoid of any conflict with China, that France, the leading European country on the issue, has chosen to develop from 2017 onwards. But one of the major handicaps of all these Indo-Pacific strategies is that they appear exogenous to the region concerned. Indeed, it is one of the arguments systematically developed by Beijing and particularly by President Xi Jinping when he said that, I quote him, "It is up to the people of Asia to manage Asia affairs, to solve Asia problems, to maintain Asia's security." This trial of illegitimacy brought again European countries in the region leads France to assert itself as a, I quote, fully fledged Indo-Pacific country, with a vocation to be a stabilizing power in the region. Wow. From my point of view, as an analyst, because you said that I'm a scholar too, as an analyst of discursive rhetoric, I'd say that we are here more in the register of an enunciation of a persuasive national narrative than in a realistic approach to our actual weight in the region. It is true that France has a myriad of overseas territories with a population of 1.6 million inhabitants, as well as several military bases in this immense space covering more than half the globe. But our national strategy in the Indo-Pacific is more keen to a roadmap than a real strategy. As our recent Senate report points out, it is on the paper fairly ambitious, but we are not sure it can stand up to the test of reality. Our recent decision to reinvest in France massively our national defense, it is a good thing, is largely in the line with the lesson learned from the war in Ukraine. Right. But are we sure we'll have enough resources to implement our ambitions in the Indo-Pacific? The question is here. Many other important questions require a clear response from France. Among them, the often eluded question of the elephant in the room, I mean the question of China and the clarity of the position we should adopt towards it, is very important. Is our so-called third way approach for Indo-Pacific, which attempts to preserve Beijing's susceptibilities, tenable in the medium and long term? Can we stay so ambiguous about Taiwan's status and its future? Very often, as you know, the answer is in the question, but for the moment, not yet in the French Indo-Pacific strategy. Thank you for your attention. Mm-hmm. Just for the joke, that the only influence of the Dalai Lama on the person of President Macron, because I organized a meeting between the two in 2016, is the term's third way approach, but we didn't name the enemy.
Okay, I think we will come back on that during the discussion. I turn now to our second speaker, Dr. Asanga. Dr. Asanga, you are very well known as an international security, geopolitical analyst and strategic advisor from Sri Lanka. You are Senior Fellow and Executive Director of the South Asia Foresight Network at the Millennium Project in Washington, D.C. And you serve as technical advisor to the International Monetary Fund and an active member of the World Economic Forum. You have published quite extensively on the region, and you are now the founding director of the National Security Think Tank under the Ministry of Defense until January 2020. Dr. Asanga, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you very much for that introduction. I thank FRS, Inalco, and the organizers for the kind invitation. I think for a Sri Lankan perspective, it's quite rare in Paris. You don't hear much Sri Lankan perspective, but I try to add a perspective on multilateralism, 7 points that I've sort of highlighted, I think are very important. From a small island perspective in the Indian Ocean, while I talk about multilateralism, 2 weeks from now I'll be in China, in Tianjin. I'll be talking about no bloc politics, a shared future for China and India. It is organized by the World Economic Forum. So I'm the facilitator of that discussion. There'll be more than 1,500 guests in Tianjin. So it's important to understand, I understood the geopolitical context from Colombo with my work. Now I'm in Washington, D.C., so I've been understanding how Washington thinks about Sri Lanka, Indian Ocean for the last 2 years. When it comes to Sri Lanka's contribution to multilateralism, we need to go back to the 1970s where Sri Lanka was one of the founding members of the Law of the Sea. I want to quote Shirley Amarasekara, who was one of the founding members of the draft initially at the UN, how Sri Lanka contributed as a small country. And then Indian Ocean Zone for Peace. If you remember, the first woman prime minister in the world was in Sri Lanka, and she is the one who proposed the idea of Indian Ocean Zone for Peace at the United Nations. Should be established in the Indian Ocean, because I think it's very relevant now, reflecting back her comments, what she saw at the non-aligned time, the Cold War time, and right now why Sri Lanka is being pushed and have been a victim of these binary choices. I'll come to that later. There's no multilateralism, I would say, when you look at in the South Asian context, SAARC is dead, so SAARC is no more because of geopolitics between India and Pakistan. So the multilateral, basically the organization that we had, a very strong organization which we had, decades of resources we put into that organization is no more because of two countries. There's no dispute resolution mechanisms built to SAARC. Now ASEAN was 2 decades prior. It was in 1960s that came, but we wanted to adopt similar sort of architecture like ASEAN, but unfortunately it was not possible in the South Asian context. BIMSTEC, which started in 1997, is a very strong organization which is happening now, a multilateral forum where it's basically France has also contributed in BIMSTEC as well as supported with the 7 members on the Blue Economy Initiative. Now, BIMSTEC took 25 years to pass a charter. On 30th March 2022 only, we managed to pass the first charter in the BIMSTEC. So how does this multilateral mechanism that is existing, IRI is another organization in the Indian Ocean, RIM organization, where France is a full member, was a dialogue partner, and then became in 2020 a full member, plays a huge pivotal role. And it's very, very important that France, EU plays a role in the Indian Ocean. Now, in 2018, I was invited here to Paris and by the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs, where I presented a paper, the importance of EU as well as France being in the Indian Ocean. Crimario was actually my first question in the first session was on Crimario, and I congratulate that team. And Emmanuel, who was here, I used to communicate with him as the Director General. Let's bring Crimario to Sri Lanka. 2022, there is success that the capacity building workshop has taken place in Colombo. And so that's, you can see some sort of result-oriented, some sort of result-oriented, tangible results coming into an island like Sri Lanka to build its capacity. Now, the 7 areas I want to highlight on the multilateralism, why it doesn't function, why it's not, why it is sort of limited. I think it's important for us to sort of gather with all these rich comments that we gathered the whole day. Why is it not functioning in a perspective from Sri Lanka? Rules-based order. Now, I attended the Shangri-La Dialogue many times. My last visit was with my Secretary of Defense, who was a very senior judge, British educated, as well as well-respected senior member of the Supreme Court, actually. So he listened to this dialogues at the Shangri-La Dialogue, and so, I mean, he's one of the best possible, he's a judge, right? So he would understand what's the bashing between China and the US. And so I asked him at a quiet corner in the Shangri-La, I remember, what do you think of this rules-based order? So the judge, who was the Secretary of Defense, said, whose rules? Who's writing the rules? So I think it's very important, that particular answer, who's writing the rules? And how do we implement a rules-based order when there is no rules in a country? Sri Lanka did not have rules for the last 2 years. One of the reasons I left Sri Lanka 6 months before the crisis was that I wrote a piece which is on the newspapers saying there's coming anarchy to Sri Lanka because of the dysfunctionality of the government, where the president intervened with the judiciary, pardoning criminals, human rights abuse, 28 military appointments to the government civil servants. So it was a dysfunctionality we saw. But not much was done from the international community at that time. There was constitutional changes where power was taken from the legislature to the executive. All that was happening in a very short time, but it was a COVID time, so not much. I mean, international community also could not intervene that much, but there was human rights issues raised and multiple issues. So the rule of law was missing in a country, and we all watched. But NGOs did highlight, UNHRC did highlight, and finally the people of Sri Lanka walked into the president's house, and they changed the president. So you saw that in 2022, and it was a huge people's uprising, and they changed it. I'm very happy that it happened, because now you can see some sort of, we are re-democratizing. The new leader is going in the right direction and bringing back some sort of stability to the country. It was seen as economic crisis, but a lot of people did not highlight the political crisis. There was only one European member who highlighted it as a political crisis, and he said, we need 2 packages, one economic package for Sri Lanka and a political package for Sri Lanka. And this was a British parliamentarian in Ed Davey, who said that Sri Lanka requires political assistance. So I think when you cannot establish a rules-based order without rules in your own country and assistance coming in from the international community. Now, India does not want to get involved in it because every time India is involved, it'll say that it is involved in internal politics. And China will not involve in a position like Sri Lanka. And US does not again want to come into Sri Lanka because they have a book written by a parliamentarian saying it is the US intelligence who was behind the crisis in Sri Lanka. So who can actually support us? I think it's the European Union, bring in standards, talking about values of rules-based order. So it's very important. My first point is that. The next is about the binary choices. Now, Mike Pompeo came to Sri Lanka. I was there. I was at the session when he spoke. He said, choose us, not them. This is exactly his words. So what does that mean? Robert Blake, one of the senior US diplomats, who was the ambassador of Sri Lanka, he spoke, he mentioned in his in a piece saying that countries like Sri Lanka should not be pushed to make choices like this. It's wrong to do that. So you have some very senior officials in the US State Department, I would say retired, but then making those, I would say, sound judgments. You should not push countries towards this binary choices. And it's very important that Sri Lanka could work with middle powers, not getting into these two camps. And Indo-Pacific does not mean China only. It means many other countries. India is the largest population in the world. There are many other countries you can talk about. But China is seen as, the Senator mentions, is of course the elephant in the room, because China says there's containment. Clearly at the Shangri-La dialogue, they mentioned that there was containment in the Atlantic as well as in the European, and that's why there is a war. This is from the Chinese delegate who asked that question, and there is containment in the Pacific. Will there be another war? That was his question. So you can see that because of this mentality and the two powers, the rivalry, that people like countries like Sri Lanka becomes victims. 2 weeks ago, I met a politician from Solomon Islands, Daniel Saudani, and he said there is a huge Chinese influence in the country, and there is a significant problem in Solomon Islands. And we cannot choose sides. We have problem. We need help. So I think countries needs assistance, of course. So some sort of assistance is required by EU as well as others. And France's Indo-Pacific strategy does highlight, gives a complete new pillar on a multilateralism, so where definitely can play. The third point is Indo-Pacific does not mean only China. So I actually mentioned that, so I've that's a very important point, so other countries has to be taken in. The fourth is about fight against corruption. It's very important to understand the fight against corruption. And IPEF, Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, does highlight that. And we need to support the frameworks like IPEF. Sorry, thank you. Thank you. So in the Pacific Economic Framework does highlight corruption as a main pillar, so it's important that we work on fighting corruption. Corruption was the main point that I captured in the Sri Lankan crisis when I interviewed the people who came for the protests. Everybody said the first family was corrupt. Everybody was, they need to go. So at the IMF, the corruption is one of the main points which we are working on. The fifth is about maritime domain. So on blue economy, very important for countries like Sri Lanka. IORA, strengthening IORA, the relationship with the IORA, France's involvement in IORA, as well as the Crimario project, which I mentioned earlier, so the technical assistance that's coming in. Because Sri Lanka is geostrategically well positioned at the sea lines of communication. So we are looking at maritime security, IUU fishing, so climate security, so all that comes into play. So piracy is also another area. So all that can be looked at as the 6th point. The 7th is the structural assistance. Now, structural assistance is very important at the bureaucratic level. I would say that I would like to highlight an example here, Australia. Now, Australia was one of the only countries who came for assistance in Sri Lanka's national defense policy. When we developed the national defense policy in Sri Lanka, we started in 2016, the process, and it took us about 4 years. So 2019, we had a process with all our armed forces, as well as the Australian technical assistance team that came. So we managed to create the country's first national defense policy. If you look at South Asian countries, Sri Lanka is actually one of the first who has a national defense policy. So in that, we even highlighted the position of national security advisors, the structural changes, what we need to bring in. So now we have a national security advisor in Sri Lanka. So these are very important because the structures have been very weak. As you know, the Easter Sunday bombing, I can give you an example, in Sri Lanka, which killed about 250 people, where our hotels were attacked by extremist terrorists. And the prior information was given by India several times, but unfortunately the intelligence agencies of Sri Lanka did not act according to the intelligence information that was given. But here the question is this, that if there was some sort of multilateral information sharing mechanism in the region, that attack would have been averted. We can avert that attack. So soon we had this agreement with Maldives, Sri Lanka, and India, minilateral actually. So it's functioning fully now, and this was again after 10 years. So discussions was there for 10 years, and now we have a minilateral in place. So with the earlier speaker in the morning on the minilaterals, actually she actually highlighted the importance of when the multilateralism is absent, a minilateral can play some sort of role in countries like Sri Lanka. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Soki. Thank you very much, Dr. Asanga. We took your seventh point, and I noted personally your interest and the support of France and Europe in BIMSTEC and EURA, and I do believe that there is a need maybe to reinforce the capacity of these two regional organizations. I'm calling now François Devetot to take the floor. François, you are director in charge of international affairs at Naval Group. You are a diplomat. You joined the Quai d'Orsay 20 years ago. Exactly.
Not quite.
Not so quite. And you began your career as a redactor in charge of Romania and Bulgaria. You then took on responsibility in relation with NATO and European defense. In particular, you work at the permanent French representation to NATO in Brussels. And you also joined after the French embassy in Berlin as strategic advisor counselor before becoming diplomatic advisor and then a director of international affairs at Naval Group. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So I was going to take my cue from John Cleese in Fawlty Towers and start by saying, don't mention AUKUS, but then the FRS gave me a very nice box of chocolate, so I guess I'll sing for my supper. So yeah, I'll do precisely the opposite. I'll begin with AUKUS, because I assume this is what you want to hear from Naval Group. We obviously went back and forth about it after AUKUS, trying to understand where we went wrong, what we could have done differently, and what we wished we would have known, we had known then.
So I see three main lessons. There's a million of them, but three lessons for us that really came out after AUKUS. The first lesson that we did not see how much China's increasingly assertive or aggressive, even depending on your point of view, how much this newly assertive policy had durably and deeply changed its neighbors' strategic calculus. So this was obviously the case with Australia, and even possibly more so than with other countries in the region. But we did not see it right away, partly because this happened during COVID. So no one was traveling to Australia, and we were missing all of these signals that we should have seen. And when I say we, I don't just mean Naval Group. I think collectively, the French government and everyone sort of missed those signals. And the consequence of that is that while Naval Group is having awesome VTCs with the Australian procurement authorities about calendars, local content, and industrial milestones, the very top of the Australian government was undergoing a strategic shift towards what became later AUKUS, and the rest, as they say, is history. And this was not about the actual capabilities of the ships. I mean, obviously it was, but as was noted at the time, France could have, in theory, provided nuclear propulsion technology, but the Australian government did not even request it, because the issue was obviously broader and deeper than simply how far could the boats go without surfacing. It was about building a much stronger security partnership with the US to be able to deter a growing perceived threat to Australia's security interest. And I will say that on the US side, we also did not see how much there was a shift to in relation to China. Part of the issue and part of why we did not see AUKUS coming is that AUKUS was a significant shift away from traditionally held US policy on the transfer of nuclear propulsion technology. The US had for decades said this was against the spirit, if not against the letter, of the Non-Proliferation Treaty. And there was a shift, again, just before AUKUS, during that weird COVID time when few people were traveling. And again, I think we missed that. We missed how much the perceived threat from in the Indo-Pacific region was a factor in moving this forward and overcoming older norms or older policy. Second lesson, when AUKUS was announced, you saw some criticism in the region from local governments, from regional governments. You did not see a lot of it, and it was also illuminating to see that even though not every country shares Australia's conclusions, obviously, a lot of them share at least part of its diagnosis. And while they don't want to be drawn into a potential US-China conflict, they also do want to preserve their sovereignty over their legally recognized maritime border and over their EEZ. And they also want to avoid a major conflict in the Taiwan Strait and so on. So there's still a lot of alignment there, or at least a lot of shared concerns. And this translates into a mix of deterrence and engagement, but also into a desire to involve partners from outside the Indo-Pacific area in the security in the region. And it's especially true when you look at naval exercises in the region. Most of the time there are partners who are not from Southeast Asia. Obviously France and the US are also Asian countries, but you see what I mean. Third lesson, the US remains absolutely central to security in Asia and especially to maritime security. There is no natural multilateral format. I'm sure you had a great discussion this morning, which unfortunately I missed. But I mean, there's no Asian NATO. There's a plurality of bilateral treaties. There's some mini-lateral cooperation. But every time, if you look at those cooperation formats, the US is almost systematically part of it. Whether the Quad, RIMPAC, the Komodo exercise, and so on, the US is the common denominator for security in the region. Now, once we've said that, what does this mean from the point of view of a naval defense company like Naval Group? Obviously, we're not just a company. We're very closely integrated with French foreign policy, and I'll come back to that. Well, this leads us to make, I would say, several assumptions for the way we approach our commercial strategy in the region. The first assumption is that naval acquisitions in the coming years in the Indo-Pacific will be more focused on capabilities that are linked to deterrence. I don't mean nuclear deterrence, I mean deterrence in general, including conventional. That's especially true with submarines, and there's a renewed focus on navies in the region in the acquisition on the acquisition of submarines. Partly for cyclical reasons, the current fleets are reaching the end of their lives and they need to be renewed, but also because submarines provide a unique asymmetric deterrence capability. While surface ships can be targeted for provocations, and that's more and more the case in the South China Sea, submarines, at least naval group submarines, are by design stealthy and able to destroy much larger, much better equipped adversaries. And that means that a rather small fleet and rather cheap, if I may say so myself. For a rather limited investment, you acquire a capability that can deter aggression from a much, much larger and better equipped adversary. You don't know where those submarines are, and any one of them can sink an aircraft carrier. That's the point of having, that's the deterrence of having submarines. That's probably also true, even though we're just at the beginning of seeing a market appearing on that for drones, because drones being underwater or surface also have this asymmetric ability to deter without engaging or taking too many risks. Second assumption, countries in the Indo-Pacific are not just buying ships, they're buying sovereignty. What I mean is that they don't just want to buy off-the-shelf equipment. These days are over. They were certainly comfortable for the industry, but that's done. All countries in the region who are acquiring equipment want local content, not just as offsets or because that makes it politically more acceptable, although that's always the case, but also because they want to be able to at least maintain and operate these boats autonomously, and so have a sovereign capability, and also because more and more they want to be able to build them, at least partly autonomously. And this is, again, this has been the experience of Naval Group for a long time. It's what we've been doing in India for a long time. The Indian Scorpion submarine program has been built locally, all of them, and this was one of the precursors to the Make in India agenda with this contract. Third assumption: the navies in the region talk together, and they talk a lot. And they talk about what capabilities they need, about doctrine, about equipment, and let's say they exchange views on customer satisfaction. That's obviously, and I have two examples of this. When we're discussing with Indonesia and trying to sell them submarines, it's obviously a huge plus for us that the Indian Navy is currently also operating Scorpion class submarines and is rather satisfied with their performance. Conversely, it's rather an issue for DSME when the Indonesian Navy keeps talking about how unhappy they are about the performance of the Korean submarines they bought. So again, if you want to operate in the region and sell ships there, you really need to take this into account. All of those navies may not be part of a common multilateral format, but they all know each other and talk to each other all the time. Fourth and last assumption, countries, and I'll stop there. Countries in the region don't just want equipment, and they don't want foreign equipment, they want reliable partners, which means several things. It means being able to provide a reliable commitment on the future availability of spare parts, of maintenance, of upgrades. When they buy something, they want to know that 20 years from now, you'll still be able to provide those equipment. So again, in terms of making sure there's still a company there existing in 20 years, for Naval Group, that's not so much an issue. But other countries, such as Germany, have historically have trouble guaranteeing that they will, 10 years down the line, still be able to provide the export licenses for the components needed to upgrade and repair defense equipment. They also, I think more and more, want to work with partners who share some basic norms for international relation. When you look at Indonesia, for example, you do see, the reaction to the Russian invasion of Ukraine was interesting. I mean, setting aside Minister Prabowo's plan at the Shangri-La dialogue, I think there was a reaction saying, no, that's not the rule. You can't behave that way. And I think that's also part of what you're seeing in the move by some Indo-Pacific countries to move away from their dependence on Russian equipment. There's the feeling that if you want a partner for the next 20 years and you want to avoid possible US or European sanctions in the future or secondary sanctions, it's probably a good thing to pick someone who is not going to invade their neighbors for no reason. Lastly, we do, I mean, again, seen from our prism, which is probably, you know, specific, but we do think that there is a space for a foreign policy in the region that is autonomous from the US, that is not fully aligned with it, even though obviously France is allied with the US. But you have to be able to bring something to the table. You have to bring some ships. There was, you know, Senator, you mentioned very rightly how it's nice to have a grand strategy. It's better to actually be able to implement it and to have the necessary means for that. You have to be able to provide, you know, initiatives or some sort of influence or, you know, diplomatic clout, technology, which is what, you know, Naval Group is trying to do. But so that means that you need to have engagement, and so there's sometimes a tendency in France to say that, you know, our foreign policy will be based on exporting, especially exporting armaments. Obviously, we think that's great, but it's not as simple as that. It's usually the result of a long process of engagement, of participation in naval exercises, in the Shangri-La dialogue, of high-level engagement, and not the other way around. So, again, I'll finish with that. Arms sales can and should be part of that strategy, and they're all very much part of the Indo-Pacific, the French Indo-Pacific strategy, but they are no substitute for regular high-level engagement and for, you know, putting your money where your mouth is, so to speak. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very concrete element. And now I turn to our last speaker of the day, Commander Alexis Golnisch, from the French Navy, obviously. And you joined the École Navale in 2004. And as a Navy officer, you had a career linked to the sea with a lot of operation and a lot of mission. You took part in the fight against piracy in the Gulf of Aden with Operation Harmattan of the coast of and Operation Harmattan of the coast of Libya. And you served for many time in Eastern Med and also in counter-narcotic operation in the Alboran Sea. And you was posted several times in the Indo-Pacific on the surveillance frigate Prairial in French Polynesia and on board of the ship Bougainville more recently. And you have been appointed to take command of the surveillance frigate Prairial next summer, coming back to French Polynesia. Congratulations. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marianne. So I'm very honored to be here today at this conference and for the opportunity to speak about the French Navy's cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. First of all, my introductory remarks, more down-to-earth presentation than the other. I will try to give you what I think is a fairly representative picture of the different levels of cooperation from my point of view, based on my personal experience in French Polynesia, on my work in various staff positions, which will leave time during the question to address the current dynamics and opportunities for improving cooperation. So I would divide the Navy's mission in French Polynesia into four main categories, which can be represented schematically by three concentric circles. Firstly, the circle of sovereignty missions. This category covers operations focused purely on the protection of our population and territories and the surveillance of our economic exclusive zones. I won't go too deeply into the conduct of these missions, where by definition we usually operate as a single ship, except to say that it is a significant part of our activities in the area. As you know, almost 90% of French EEZ lies in the Indo-Pacific, with more than half of this enormous area in the Pacific. The second concentric circle is that of close regional cooperation missions, mainly involving maritime units or personnel from our Pacific partner nations, primarily situated in the South Pacific. Our forces regularly take part in regional fishery control, for example, operations aim at preventing EU fishing, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which are coordinated locally by different organizations, but I can cite the Pacific Islands Forum Fisheries Agency, headquartered at Honiara in the Solomon Islands. This fisheries control mission is becoming increasingly important to the livelihoods of Pacific nations, and our cooperative missions operate in the EEZ of the different member countries or in ICs. Another critically important element of our regular close regional cooperation is in the field of what we call humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, HADR. For example, in January last year, under our standing France agreements, we combined with forces from New Zealand and Australia to provide vital aid and support to the people of Tonga following a huge undersea volcanic eruption and subsequent tsunami with a wave 15 meters high. Tonga is inhabited by its 100,000 citizens. 80% of the population was impacted by this dual disaster, and the country was completely cut off from the rest of the world for a week because the eruption cut the main islands only undersea cable. So we sent one patrol boat from New Caledonia, one from French Polynesia, and some aircraft, French aircraft. The third cycle, which I would call Pacific Rim, is our cooperation on a larger scale around the Pacific, where we exercise, operate, and conduct international military relations with the many countries and major powers that border this huge ocean. For example, my next ship, the Papeete-based surveillance frigate Prairial, is regularly deployed in the Eastern Pacific to cooperate with Latin American navies and coast guards, and she also participates in the multinational anti-drug operation Martillo, led by Joint Interagency Task Force South, JTF South, based in Key West, Florida. On the other side of the Pacific, we work regularly with ASEAN nations, and also we are in the Northeast Asia nation. Prairial visited South Korea and Japan last April. When we have ships in that area, we are usually also involved in the military operation to monitor United Nations resolutions and sanctions against North Korea's nuclear program. The French Navy enjoys many purely bilateral relationships with individual countries in the region and visit to foreign ports. And for me, it's one of the nicest parts of the job, I have to say. But we also take part in many multilateral exercises on the international stage of the Indo-Pacific to improve our ability to operate and interoperate together. This can be relatively limited or grand-scale activities. For example, I was involved in quite a small maritime security exercise, Southern Katipo, with just Australian and New Zealand partners. And the French Navy is a regular player in the famous RIMPAC, Rim of the Pacific exercise, the largest naval exercise in the world with more than 40 countries, 60 ships, including aircraft carriers, several submarines, and 25,000 military personnel. Other example includes amphibious exercise like ARC 17 or ARC 21 with a Japanese partner in particular, or exercises organized by France for about HADR like Croix du Sud in New Caledonia or Marara in French Polynesia. We are also continually working with our major allies to optimize the cooperative opportunities of our major deployments, such as submarine deployment Marianne in 2021, or deployment of the French Air Force Pégase. Last but not least, the Navy also participates fully in the key multilateral naval forums. Presently, the French Chief of Navy, Admiral Vendier, is the chairman of IONS, Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, and ALPACI is our standing representative of its Pacific-based counterpart organization, the WPNS, Western Pacific Naval Symposium. These are crucial forums for practical discussion and cooperation which bring together the leaders of navies from the Indian Ocean, and both IONS and WPNS have working groups established focused on specific maritime issues like climate security, maritime security at the practitioner level. You said we talk a lot, but we never talk too much. To conclude, I haven't been exhaustive on the mission. I could have talked about European cooperation in the Indian Ocean, thanks to Emmanuel, he did it before. But I think that these few elements illustrate the different level of the Navy's action in the area from my point of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commander Cornish, for this presentation and to give to us the feeling that there is a maritime multilateralism in the Indo-Pacific. Now we had 30 minutes left for discussion and exchange between the floor and the audience. So I open the floor for questions.
Good afternoon. I'm Guillaume Ganlin from DGRIS. I have a small question for Mr. Abeyaguna Sekera. You talked a lot. You talked extensively about unilateral and organizational structure in the Indian Ocean, like IORA, the Indian Ocean Commission, and also about the Colombo Security Conclave that has been revived recently. There is a security angle and a maritime domain awareness angle to this forum. How do you see this fora evolving in the future with the inclusion of Mauritius? And what role do you forecast for France? Is France has a role in this conclave? Thanks. And maybe a small question to Mr. Devoto, a bit provocative. Last week, Mr. Pistorius was in New Delhi, I guess, to talk about submarine. What's your take on the German, push and advance in the defense sector with regarding India? Thank you.
Can we take other question, maybe?
Yeah, I would have a question for Dr. Gatolin. You mentioned the latest report that your committee published a few months back on the French Indo-Pacific strategy. this report was indeed quite critical of the French Indo-Pacific strategy. And it was interesting in that respect. But my question is, has this report led to any debate within the state apparatus? And perhaps I'm a bit naive, but has it led to any kind of change? Or was it just for the beauty of the report itself? And perhaps a little remark to Mr. Devoto. I fully take your point that defense industries don't necessarily drive foreign policy, and the French foreign policy is not just about exporting defense systems. But maybe we have to be a bit careful about the perceptions in Asia. And even though it's not the case, as you said, that our foreign policy is not driven by defense exports, there might be the perception in the region that our defense policy is actually driven by defense exports. So it might be a challenge, and if so, how do you deal with that?
Okay, I think that we can let the speaker to take the floor and answer. Maybe first you, Dr. Essanga, and after Senator, and François, if you... Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that question, very important question on the Colombo conclave, as well as how could Sri Lanka play a role in this conclave that they have developed. Of course, that is the way forward, and France has a huge role. Like I said earlier, not only IORA, but then in the Colombo conclave, Gaul dialogue, which is coming up, very important that France has always participated for the Gaul dialogue, and many countries have now for the last several years. Important to understand what's going on in these littorals. Now, looking at it from Washington's perspective, there is limited information, even in Washington, about the littorals. So therefore there is a limitation in the U.S. foreign policy. I have written a piece about the limitations of the U.S. foreign policy and dangers, how it would move into a sort of a narrow corridor, push into a world of black or white. But it's important that these discussions, Colombo Conclave, Gaul Dialogue, all these things function, as well as EU's role is very important. And so thank you for that question.
Perhaps one point to answer to your question. No official return. It's a recent report issued by the end of January. To give you an example, I published a mission about foreign interferences in the academy and in the French research. It had been, everybody have applauded. There have been 2 interministerial groups created after this report, with more than my report, this for the president and for the prime minister. And there were 26 recommendations. Do you know how many recommendations are applied currently? 0. And everybody say, oh, the minister, even the president say, oh, it's a very nice report. That's really a problem in the way how we work at the top of the power. You know, better having, I would say, an administrative authority report in the good way, promoted to respond to the answer asked by the governor, rather to raise the right question. So we are persistent. We do not stop the action for that. And about this report, 2 days ago,
during the Committee for Foreign Affairs and Foreign and Armed Forces Committee, we've passed an amendment asking, and it was unanimous from all the committee, to have a regular report on the implementation of our policy inside the LPM, the programmative finance law for the army, to have a regular reports on the implementation of our policy in the Indo-Pacific. So if it is low, perhaps we will have a report. I cannot guarantee you that we will have precise information, but it is obligatory. But when you produce a report of information, we are never, most of the time, we are never received by the authorities, by the ministries. Say, okay, oh, a report from the Senate here, or we have a table to stable, a report from the National Assembly. So I prefer to be clear about that because we are not in a parliamentarian regime at all.
That was a very frank answer. Are you happy with that, Isabelle? Thank you, Senator. François, if you can be as frank as the senator, we'll appreciate it.
I value my job, so I'll be careful. So first off, on Minister Pistorius' visit to India, so I'm not going to go into considerations about who's ahead or whatever. It's not the place. Just if you look at what was signed in India, it's an MOU between TKMS and the local shipyard called MDL, the shipyard with whom we built six Scorpion ships. We've signed, I think we've lost count how many MOUs we've signed with them. But I will say that the Germans are really great at comms. They deliberate for 5 years and one frigate to the Indo-Pacific for 2 months, and you hear about it for a year. Very, very impressive. On the issue of arms exports driving foreign policy, I think you made my point much more eloquently than I did. It is absolutely one of the drivers of foreign policy, and it's a legitimate one. You don't want companies to export sensitive defense equipment to a country that you don't have some sort of defense relationship with. That's part of the deal, especially when you're talking about submarines. You're not going to sell them to anyone. That's part of a foreign and defense policy approach to a region or to a country. What I meant was it's not the only driver, A, and B, you shouldn't, the sequence needs to be right. If you just say, oh yeah, we're going to become friends with that country because we want to sell them submarines, no one believes it. I agree. But if you do say, this country is interested in French technology for submarines or surface ships, we have an interest in improving the security and our defense cooperation with them. The French Navy has been exercising with them and is interested in being more interoperable, in working more with them, then this is when it works. And this is, in a way, what we tried collectively to do with Australia. That's why the Australian submarine deal was such a big part of the French Indo-Pacific strategy. It was sort of maybe not the spine of it, but it was a big part of it. Not just because it was a lot of money, but because this was creating a level of intimacy between two governments and two navies that was so far unprecedented between France and Australia.
Maybe I can take a new round of questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the very honest, comments, either François, André, and all of you. Thank you also on the feedback on AUKUS and the way, I would say, the China issue was maybe not assessed correctly. I remember September 2021 when publicly I was explaining, that we had misperceived the perception that the Australian order had about China. I was explained by the French official, especially the diplomats, that, it's only the US trying to kick the French out of the Indo-Pacific, then the main reason is not about China, etc. Like, I mean, that's the main driver of the Australian and of the US. So thank you very much for the honesty on that. And as well on André on the limitation that our political system has, unfortunately, on that. But one of my questions, we very, very concrete and pragmatic, is we have a lot of, we discuss formats, dialogue, etc. We had a lot of dialogue among experts, between experts and officials. But actually the voices of the MPs and of the industries and business in general are not often heard on the Indo-Pacific. We are experiencing now the emergence of some new formats in which business leaders are being listened to. We will see that in the Southeast Asia, in Japan, in the coming months, etc. How do we make sure to have the MPs and business interest on board? Because whether we like it or not, we are all part of the same equation. We are all of a broader team, I would say, and your perspective and your action at the end of the day is as valuable and as important as the one from the diplomats, from the military people, from the think tank, from the academia, etc.
Thank you, Antoine. Is it a question for all of the panel? Yeah, okay. Maybe we can begin to answer. You want to begin, and after we will...
Yes, as an MP, I would say that people are very talkative with us when we travel. That's incredible, because I've run the world, and very often, sometimes I come with officer from the embassy, and they say, this is incredible that they tell to you, they never, we are here, we live here, we have daily contact, and they tell you more than us. And the problem we have very often when I go in, I would say, in a sensitive country, as India, because it's considered as sensitive. After my travel, always the ambassador say, oh, come at Delhi, I want to talk with you. And the question is not, what have you heard? What did you say? This is stupid, because we are a source of information. People talk us a lot. They are very talkative with parliamentarians. I give you one example. Last September in New Caledonia, we had meetings, and we met, you know, currently the authority, the Caledonian Parliament and the Caledonian government are autochthonous, Kanak. So we were discussing with the High Representative, so it was very, I would say, convenu. Everything was no aggressivity. And at the end of the meeting, the two Kanaks High Representative came to me and said, you know, I have a question to ask you. I know you travel a lot, you're close to autochthonous people in various countries, so we are confident. This Indo-Pacific strategy, it is only one thing to militarize New Caledonia, isn't it? I said, no, 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 you mistake totally. The only goal of the current goal of the Indo-Pacific strategy is to sell armaments to in between, I would say, and I don't like the term non-aligned, because everybody is aligned. If you take Indonesia, they are doubly, triply aligned. It's only a strategy to say, oh yeah, you can buy jet fighters as Indonesia, as in the past to the Russian. You don't want to buy to the American because due to your relation with China, it will be badly understood. So you can buy it French. That's mainly, I would say that the Indo-Pacific, in fact, and one thing is incredible. I noticed it, I discussed that with Antoine Bondaz. We write Indo-Pacific in one word, very often without capitals. I'm sorry, at the origin it's two terms. There is a hyphen between the two. And we create a new concept, Indo-Pacific. In one terms, what does it mean We are only, I'm sorry, we are very talkative. And politician, I'm too, but I want to act. And very often, the action is only in the discourse. And I love to finish one quotation of Mark Twain, because I'm very in love with this American writer. He said, "Sometimes words speak louder than action, but not so often."
Thank you.
I think that's a pretty good one. I'll steal it. It's a pretty good quote. I'll steal that. Yeah, just one thing. You mentioned the fact that it wasn't about the U.S. trying to, to punish France or something. Yes, I think sadly it's even worse than that. We were not even a factor in the decision. I guess indifference is worse than than hostility somehow. But yes, on the issue of being on board. Well, I mean, it's always the same thing. The industry has to be careful what it says, because its ultimate aim is still to conclude contracts. So we sort of police what we say. I hope I didn't go too far. As for being on board and being willing to talk, I think there's a lot of interest in all of the French industry, not just the defense industry. I've talked to a lot of people who take part in MEDEF international missions abroad and so on. So there's a lot of interest in those discussions, because obviously they're crucial to any type of business you want to do in the region. So I think there should be a lot of interest on part of the industrial side.
Thank you. Do we have another question from the audience? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Youssef Anaja. I'm student at Inalco. So thank you for your presentations that aim to get your perspective on regional cooperation. So I wanted to know your point of view about the subject that was talked in the first session, talking about the strategic overcrowding that was notably talked about by Dr. Evan Laxmana. So I wanted to know if you could share with us one example of the effect of this strategic overflow that maybe affect your work concretely. So I wanted to know more about it. Thank you.
Okay, I let you answer, Dr. Sangha.
I wrote the overcrowding in my points, but then I deleted it. I knew the question would come, I think, at some point. Sri Lanka has faced it, so you could see the geopolitical tension in the country. If you want to understand very clearly how it happens step by step, I recommend you reading my book, which is the new The Teardrop Diplomacy, now available with FRS. So there are few copies left. It gives month by month sort of a description of what happened, the two powers, China and US in Sri Lanka, and then India, and how India saw a significant threat to their national security. Some of the projects, some of the decisions, and then and how you see affecting our foreign policy in Sri Lanka. So it's a very clear case of this strategic competition in Sri Lanka at play. And I mean, when it comes to right now, I'm in Washington, so I can clearly say that the deficiency in the foreign policy, or the limitation of seeing some sort of a middle ground, is the biggest problem that even on the war of Ukraine. I mean, I see a significant risk factor coming to Indo-Pacific. From my perspective, some of the scholars in Washington sees Ukraine war as a U.S. Foreign policy victory. I don't see it like that, and I think there should be a role for China in the peace mediation in this issue, the 12 points that China has put forward. So there is a role for China. One of the, when I was working in Colombo, when the Quad and AUKUS came, I asked a Japanese scholar who was also at the Hudson Institute at that time. And the Japanese scholar was very straightforward. This is containment. So he said, this is containment at a different level. So you see this perspective. I mean, we have to capture all as small countries. We have to get all these narratives in and formulate our own ways of survival, but we cannot be victims. That's the sad part, is that we become victims. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we have time for a last question. A few seconds. No question? No more? So I can put a close to the panel, and I invite the audience to join me and to give a round of applause to our speaker. For this very lively and frank exchange. Thank you so much.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames, Messieurs, I will speak in English, so don't worry. Thank you so much for welcoming me for the conclusion of this today's conference. I'm genuinely delighted to say a few words to conclude today's conference, which from the echoes I had from this morning discussions and to the ones I have listened to this afternoon only during few minutes, has been a success, and with very relevant questions and with really relevant answers and frankly discussions and exchanges. I think it was a very good moment for everybody and to improve our knowledge together of this question about Indo-Pacific. I would like to thank all our panelists today for fostering our understanding of what a more comprehensive and relevant and efficient multilateral approach should look like in order to strengthen the Indo-Pacific security architecture. I would like also to thank the INALCO for welcoming us and organizing today's conference in close coordination with the Fondation pour la Recherche Scientifique. You have achieved this objective perfectly. As all you know by now, today's conference stems from a research paper commissioned by the DGRS and written by Professor Delphine Alès and researcher Thibaut Fournol, which is Eden. Okay. The paper analyzes how Indo-Pacific security providers could better articulate their multilateral and minilateral engagement to the benefit of our communities in the region. I strongly and obviously invite you to read this thought-provoking paper, but I'm sure you already did it before the conference. As General Stager explained this morning, France is committed to the Indo-Pacific security through almost every single tools it can leverage. Despite what we hear here and there, we were together at the Resina dialogue with Antoine Bondas, and I was at the Shangola dialogue months ago. France is perfectly aware of the positive impact of its actions, but also of the limitations of its engagement. These clear pictures of what it can do, combined with the core belief in the importance of multilateralism, has always driven France to structures its Indo-Pacific engagement within a network of strategic partnership. As the paper outlines really well, and as we have heard today, I'm sure, the multilateral picture of the Indo-Pacific sometimes seems both crowded and complex. However, while this situation has led to many challenges and can challenge multilateral institutions themselves, I remain optimistic that we will benefit from all these organizations. Many of such corporations can potentially reduce the tensions in the region. Today's conference and Professor Alès and Mr. Fournol's paper participate opening thought to Indo-Pacific countries wishing update their defense strategy or the implementation of their ambitions to face an increasingly challenging contest. As far as we're concerned, the DGRS will make sure to integrate your recommendation for our works about Indo-Pacific and Indo-Pacific strategy. We will also try to deepen our dialogue with our partners on what multilateral coordination will look like in the years to come. We must shape these dynamics to the benefit of our communities in the Indo-Pacific. We owe it to them. And while today has been very positive and fruitful, I am also very aware that we are on a Friday, and very nice Friday, because the temperature is quite different outside than inside. And we are close to 6 p.m. So I will stop here, but please join me in thanking again the Inalco, the Fondation pour la Recherche Stratégique, and all our panelists today for their time and insight. Thank you so much.
Luca, thank you very much. So I will conclude this one-day conference. Today we talk about a lot, the key focus one of the formats and multilateralism, and I hope that France is being seen more than ever as a value and valuable partner in the region. I know that the French president decided to coin some key concepts when talking about the Indo-Pacific, be it the liberty of sovereignty, be it the balancing power, etc. I'm trying as much as possible to change them a little bit with a proactive power, solution provider, sovereignty and answer. And I think that's what we're demonstrating today during that conference is all of the challenges we face as French, but also all of our partners in the region. For the coordination challenge, coordination within our country, among ministries, among the different voices, but also the coordination challenge with all of the countries of the Indo-Pacific, and I mean all of them, not only our key partners, and to hear a bit more about the voices of the Indo-Pacific, kind of the VIP, the voices of the Indo-Pacific, is quite important, be it in the South Pacific, be it in the Indian Ocean, etc. Second, I would say it's the fetishism sometimes about the format and the deliverable. We tend to focus a lot of just having a format, having something, following the first meeting of the format, so having a press statement, etc., and maybe not enough on the implementation, on the accountability, etc. And once again, the idea of having a strategy and delivery department, just like in the UK, is quite interesting. Last but not least, I would say the communication issue we might have, all of us, if we want to make influence, if we want to resonate, maybe to improve our communication channel and to make sure that we can reach to the people in the civil society and not only at the highest level. So to conclude, thank you very much, of course, for Degeris to make this observatory possible. Thank you for the whole team of the observatory, so be it Inalco, Sciences Po, ECFR, Montaigne. And for that conference especially, thank you for Inalco for hosting us. It's an amazing facility. Thank you to Delphine Alès and to Mathilda that did a lot for this conference. And on the FRS side, thank you very much to Thibaut that has been coordinated everything, to Marie, to Charlene. Without them, it would have been quite impossible. So thank you very much, all of you, for coming. We'll have another conference next year of the Indo-Pacific Observatory, and we'll be more than glad to keep on connecting with you, getting your thoughts. If you have any feedback from the conference, what you like, what you didn't like, it's always very, very useful for us and to make sure that at the end of the day, it's useful for everyone, including for the Ministry of Armed Forces. So thank you very much. Once again, it's Friday evening. It's still very light, but still very hot outside, but we're going to leave you and release you to go in the wild in Paris. Thank you very much.